Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Good evening. Here we are. Okay. Welcome to the City of Hermosa Beach closed session City Council meeting, April 22. I call to order the April 22 closed session meeting of the City Council at 5:01 p.m. Madam City Clerk, could we have roll call?
Councilmember Keegan?
Here.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Councilmember DeToy?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman? Mayor Francois?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Do we have anyone for public comment
Mr. Mayor,
in person? Yes.
before we move into public comment, I'd like to address an item on the agenda tonight.
Okay.
So typically, performance reviews are conducted at regular intervals tied to employment anniversary dates. This is a fair, transparent, and collaborative process. Two of my colleagues bringing forward a review outside of this cadence without clear justification is highly unusual. It creates unnecessary confusion, undermines trust, and signals instability to both our community and our professional staff who serve it every day. I've worked along the city manager for the past 5.5 years. We have not always agreed. We've had difficult conversations, but I've seen her lead with professionalism, build a highly capable leadership team, and guide the city through immense challenges, from a global pandemic to complex labor negotiations. Under her leadership, we now have a fully staffed, nationally recognized police department without being the most highly compensated. That's a testament to leadership.
Okay. Please hold all your applause. Please don't applause. Please.
That speaks to a culture of excellence, not entitlement. Let's talk about Public Works, which is our true agenda item tonight. Prior to 2022, 2023, we averaged about 4 to 5 capital improvement projects annually. Last year, we tripled that. This year, we've also tripled that. So that's not just a win, that's a transformation in Public Works. Now, I could go on, each department, all the great work they're doing. That's not, me talking tonight isn't why we're here to listen. And that's what we were elected to do, to serve you, the community. You guys are our bosses, so I'll be listening carefully. I'll be listening. And I'll ask my colleagues to remember that leadership means respecting the process, not reacting or including politics or personal frustrations. Let's not jeopardize the momentum that Hermosa Beach has built. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Please, let's please not have applause so we can get through our meeting in an expedient manner. I'm really sorry about that. It's a personnel matter. It is in closed session. It is appropriate the way it was entered into the agenda. We cannot discuss personnel matters, closed session items, especially what we intend our actions to be in deliberations in closed session. So we will now open it up to public participation. Hold on one moment here. We're going to open up to public participation. I ask that your comments try to be as brief as possible. Stick to only closed session items on the matter. And if you need to repeat things, try to move it on quicker so that we can get through this meeting. Thank you very much. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a comment as well.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here this evening. Two members of our city council, without a shred of transparency, have thrown Hermosa Beach, our city manager, and our dedicated city staff into unnecessary turmoil. Instability at the national level has trickled down to the city level. And they're doing it during one of the busiest, most critical times for our city. Their actions are already sowing confusion, wasting time and resources, and chipping away at the trust and morale of a staff that shows up every single day ready to serve this community with pride. This is deeply damaging. And it's all happening under the guise of governance. So we have to ask, did these two council members ever sit down with the city manager, the one employee they actually are responsible for? Did they talk to her about her performance, about her goals, the challenges, any improvements that they hope to see? because that's what real leadership is. That's Leadership 101. The community deserves honesty, transparency, and real engagement, not half-truths, not personal vendettas, and not pressure from a small group that's had their city manager in their sights since day one. Many of us have witnessed the hostility. We've read the emails. We've heard the comments that were disrespectful, threatening, and at times misogynistic and racially charged. This kind of behavior has no place in Hermosa Beach. And yet here we are, still asking the same question, why? Because let's be honest, this has nothing to do with job performance, and everyone knows it. This is political maneuvering, and it's putting real, measurable progress at risk. Progress that, ironically, was celebrated just days ago by the mayor himself during the State of the City, and progress that will be showcased again tonight during the capital improvement study session. So I just want to spend a quick second, if you'll indulge me, talking about timing. Just 12 days ago, the city manager and her team delivered a seamless State of the City. They busted their butts. The mayor stood on stage and praised her leadership. He couldn't stop celebrating the city's positive direction. He rightfully applauded our staff. He applauded everything Hermosa Beach has achieved. Now, less than 2 weeks later, we're watching a sudden, unjustified reversal, one that feels far cry from accountability and far more like retaliation. And here's the kicker. Later tonight, right after we come back from closed session, where there's going to be a push to terminate the city manager, I suspect, the mayor will step right back out here on the stage, smiling for the crowd and the cameras, to recognize Congressman Ted Lieu for his support of two vital community programs, HB Cares and the Real-Time Crime Center, programs that wouldn't exist without the leadership of Madam City Manager and our great work by our city staff. So again, I ask, what changed? Like many of you, and like the city manager herself, we still don't know. We're all scratching our heads clueless. Did the city manager behave unprofessionally? Was she intoxicated in public? Did she misuse her position, breach the public's trust? Was she ever asked to stay away from community events because of inappropriate behavior involving minors? No, none of that happened. But those things have happened with a council member who is now leading this charge and sitting in judgment. So maybe it's time for real conversation about accountability. But this city deserves leadership grounded in integrity, fairness, and facts, not personal agenda. And I hope the mayor is prepared to stand up, look the city manager in the eye, look this community in the eye, and explain exactly why we're here, because that is what real leadership looks like. Hermosa Beach deserves better, much better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Please, I've got to implore you, please, no applause. I got to implore you that this city is a professional city. We've made a lot of strides. We've done a lot of good things. We are professional. We continue to emulate that in everything we do, and we will continue to do that. So having said that, let's move on to the large number of people. You'll see the names on the list. Please, once again, try to keep your comments as brief as possible. Thank you very much. First up is John C. After John C. is David W. After David W. is Steve C. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Francois, Mayor Pro Temp, and council members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is John Cordova, and for the past 20 years, I've had the privilege of serving the city of Hermosa Beach, currently as superintendent. Tonight, I am representing the Hermosa Beach Professionals and Administrative Employees Association. We are all a little confused and not sure why our city manager, Suja Lowenthal's performance evaluation has come up for review. But in any case, we thought it would be appropriate to share a little bit about our workplace experience with you all. I've worked alongside a handful of city managers, and I can confidently say Suja Lowenthal stands out as one of the very best. Suja isn't just a leader, she's a member of the team. She doesn't just talk about progress, she rolls up her sleeves to make it happen. Because of her advocacy, we've secured critical, long overdue upgrades for our teams, ensuring we can serve this community safely and effectively. But what truly sets her apart is how she leads. Not from a distance, but alongside us. She's an innovator who listens deeply. Whether it's a frontline employee's concern or a department's vision, she seeks to understand first, then acts with purpose. In my experience, some cities couldn't even tell you their city manager's name because they were not visible or available. Suja is always leaning in, visible, engaged, and in the know. She doesn't just hear, she learns. She doesn't just direct, she supports. That's why I'm so grateful for my professional relationship with her in our day-to-day and our monthly meetings, where her insight and dedication propelled my learning and strategic vision. Her role is one of the toughest in the city, and I would not wish this position on anyone. Yet she meets it with integrity, clarity, and an unwavering commitment to Hermosa's people. So tonight, I wanted to take this moment to recognize that. Suja, thank you for your leadership and for showing up day after day to do the work. And to the City Council, thank you for fostering an environment where this kind of leadership can thrive. Hermosa is better for it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we have David W. David W., please start the clock. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of the City Council, I just wanted to come and say thank you very much. I wanted to say thank you very much for your clarity and your openness and your honesty. Everything in life that we experience as businessmen, business owners, families, moms and dads that live in Hermosa Beach that reflect on the City Council is more of a dipole nature. Now, as a math theoretician and someone who knows a bit about electromagnetic studies, we have the world of the City Council and the needs of the city. And then we have feelings. Now, in some strange way, feelings and work and your business and everyone here play a more critical role than the decisiveness of an emotional decision. When we make decisions based on our feelings rather than logic, we oftentimes make mistakes. Before I say goodbye, I wanted to come up and express my very heartfelt thanks to Suja Lowenthal, because my son and I went through a very difficult period of, we weren't sure if we were going to be able to pay our bills. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to pay our mortgage on our little house. We thought we were going to go homeless. 2 years of really horrible financial struggling without borrowing a penny from anybody. And when COVID went down and the federal government was handing out money to everybody, we didn't take a penny because we're old-fashioned. We don't believe in that. But we were going to close our door because we thought that was it. And the one person that I thought about reaching out to was our city manager, Suja Lowenthal. I had tried before to establish a greater communication foundation with city leaders to bring you down to 2nd Street to show you the different type of homeless people, the different type of garbage, the different type of problems that we have that are endemic to every city. We're not unique in the fact that we also have to support others outside of the infrastructure of Hermosa, but we do that with feelings, with love. None of us have enough money to accomplish all the goals that our heart speaks about, but we can only budget and we can think and we can use logic to make the right decisions. Suja called me back and actually took the time to come down to the bakery. There she sat with me for over an hour and told me about ethics and hard work. And she said that she recognized that we had pulled our belts in to work harder and that we gave more to the community. In those 2 years that we almost closed our door, we gave more to Hearts of Hermosa for the Hermosa Beach Educational Foundation. We gave more to donations for police functions, to the lifeguards. We managed to come up with $1,000 for the Shriners Children's Hospital. And it wasn't because we're trying to be seen as being charitable. It's because that's how my son and I operate. This was never a business where we thought we wanted fame and glory and to be on TV. My family's been in Manhattan and Hermosa Beach since 1921. And when I got home from traveling all of Europe and teaching wine and food chemistry, I speak 5 different languages.
Thank you very much.
I've spoken to thousands of professionals.
Thank you.
And I have just one more thing to say. I want to say thank you to the city. And I want you to use your decision-making processes based on logic, not based on emotions. And I wanted to say thank you very much for the experience of working in Hermosa. Hermosa Pie is going to miss you guys. So great job.
Thank you. Steve C.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for letting me speak. You know, I'm not brave or skilled enough to do what you guys do. I admire what the work you do here for the city. You know a lot about the city. You know a lot about government. What you don't know, you learn and you study and you take counsel from the staff. And then after all that hard work that you put into it, you make decisions, and then half the people are upset at you, the other half of the people like you. That's until the next meeting when you make other decisions based on all the knowledge you can put together, and the people that liked you suddenly are upset at you. And the people that were upset at you, maybe they like you, but they remember what you did before. So I can't do what you guys do. But I'll tell you, if I got thrust into your job where I had to do that, I'd thank my lucky stars for Suja Lowenthal, because I've met her when she first was appointed city manager. And right away when I met her at her reception, I could tell she cared about people. That was really remarkable, something I remember 6 years later. Watching you guys work for the last 6 years, the knowledge she has, the skill is stunning. She's measured, she's careful, she's cautious, she's supportive. You just can't get any better than that. So if I had to do your job, I would thank my lucky stars for Suja Lowenthal as a city manager so that I could do the best job I could do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Susan W. After Susan W. is Eric O. and Andrea V.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the Hermosa Beach community. My name is Dr. Susan Wilds, and I am the proud superintendent of the Hermosa Beach City School District. I am honored to speak to you tonight and offer my unequivocal support of City Manager Suja Lowenthal. Our city's success is rooted in collaboration. The partnership between the City of Hermosa Beach, the school district, and key organizations such as the Beach Cities Health District have never been stronger. At the heart of this unity stands Suja. Her vision, her leadership, and her unwavering commitment to our community has elevated what's possible. Through her guidance, we have cultivated a relationship built on trust, transparency, and shared purpose. Whether addressing safety, student wellness, or long-term city planning, she consistently places the community well-being at the forefront. Thanks to her leadership, our schools are safer, our partnerships are more impactful, and our collaborative work more aligned than ever before. Suja has not only supported our schools, she has championed them. She offered her unwavering support of Measure HV bond campaign. She has met with us regularly to tackle the e-bike epidemic in the South Bay, and she is the first person to pick up the phone when we, as a district, or I, have needed a partner. And in doing so, she has helped us build a better, safer, and a more connected Hermosa Beach. On behalf of the Hermosa Beach City School District and the school board, I extend our full and my personal support for Suja Lowenthal as the Hermosa Beach City Manager, and I strongly oppose any change to that leadership. Suja, thank you for being not only a collaborator, but a true partner in every sense of the word. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric O.
Hello, Eric Oaks, 626 Loma. Attempting to fire the city manager has no just cause. The attack and attempt at terminating the city manager looks like a personal vendetta by two of the council members, and it seems to be fueled by ego and rooted in misogyny and racism. The two council members leading this charge are not great examples of leaders who should be making decisions about the status of city manager. I even question their abilities to be part of the city council. One of the two council members was recently quoted in the Easy Reader they had to leave a meeting about short-term vacation rentals because he didn't want to get into a fist fight. He also, during the election season, vandalized an election sign, was caught on camera, and then lied to the police about it over and over again. The other city councilman has a history of inappropriate actions around minors at the beach, so much so that the lifeguards have a code name for when he steps on the beach. Also, this same person, a week and a half ago, as mayor at the State of the City, stated that he praised the city manager and her staff. I'm not sure what happened in the last 12 days. These two city council members seem to be scheming behind closed doors with no transparency, just trying to stoke their egos. Their lack of leadership and judgment should be questioned. This attempt to fire the city manager should not continue past today and should not be included as a future agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Andrea V. And I will remind people to please keep your comments to the closed session item agendas only. No Andrea V. Next is Michael G.
Hello, City Council. It's been a while since I've been here, but this is a very important matter. So I decided to come and speak. I've worked with Suja on several occasions. I was on some of the advisory committees to the city, and I found her to be very helpful in keeping the meetings running on schedule. If she promised to get information to us, it was on time. It was understandable. If we got off topic, because I know in any meeting, no one ever gets off topic. She gently pulled us back to where we needed to be. She has always been very professional and has a great leadership style. I worked with her on other matters, and no matter when I met with her, she always was professional, happy to see me, wanting to know what was going on, how she could help, followed up on any items that I might have had, and we are very lucky to have her. I'm really shocked that some of the people in the council now want to look at not having her be our city manager anymore. I think that's a big mistake. I'm sorry to see that the vitriol that has overrun our country has seeped down into our city, and I hope that the information that you're getting today from all the different speakers that I've heard so far will inform your decision on whether or not we should have Suja as our continuing city manager. And I hope that you will make the right decision for the city and not necessarily for yourselves. I think she's a wonderful person. It comes through in what she does, and she's always been very supportive of the people that we've worked together with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michael G. After Michael G is Landon P.
Good evening. My name is Michael Grijalva. I'm the Teamsters representative, representing over 60 members in the general unit. I'm going to read a memo that was written by our President Carlos Rubio of Teamsters Local 911. Good evening, our Honorable Mayor and City Council. Although we do not know much about the information as to the issue listed above, what we can tell you is that over 30 years we have represented the general unit in the city of Hermosa Beach. We have had our ups and downs, but since City Manager Suja Lowenthal has been in the leadership, we have seen progress into day-to-day operations, labor relations, and overall negotiations. A lot of progress has been made. Every single time we have contacted her, she has contacted us back and has dealt with the difficult situation faced by our members. The labor movement and working people are facing difficulties in these trying times, not only to make ends meet, but most importantly, to have a sense of security, health, safety, protections, and overall progress in pay and benefits. The beautiful city of Hermosa Beach continues to be led by example during which difficult times, including difficult negotiations and COVID-19. Our members showed up to work and took care of business. I urge you to please consider all options of the value of the City Manager Suja Lowenthal brings to the table, to the community and to the labor partners of the City of Hermosa Beach, which results in a quality of life of issues. This is the time to work together and not apart. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Landon P. After Landon P is Mick G.
Good evening, Council. My name is Landon Phillips. I'm speaking on behalf of the Police Management Association. I want to speak about the sudden agenda item to review City Manager Suja Lowenthal performance. There are many traits of a great leader. Traits include being highly intelligent, experienced, knowledgeable, strategic. City Manager Lowenthal demonstrates all of these on a consistent basis. Some examples. The City Manager's Office brought the homeless court to Hermosa Beach. Immediately after that happened, the city received calls, the police department received calls asking how they could get on board. Hermosa Beach did. With the support of the City Manager, The police department has significantly improved our promotional process for sergeants and lieutenants, and the examples are standing behind me. We have fantastic leaders in our department. The city manager supported various recruitment and hiring initiatives, and as was already said, the police department has been fully staffed for over 2 years in a state that is hurting for police officers in virtually every agency. In 2023, there were 12 recruitments, 306 applications, background investigations on 38 applicants, and hired 28 in 1 year. With full staffing, we've been able to dedicate a full-time detective to a federal crimes task force. And we're going to be receiving a visit from Congressman Ted Lieu later today to honor the grants that were done for HB Cares and the coming Real-Time Crime Center. That was done by the city manager's office with the leadership of City Manager Lowenthal. These are examples of great leadership, and these traits I mentioned, but I also want to share 2 quick stories about another trait, and that's compassion. Years ago, one of our officers suffered a career-ending injury. That turned that officer's life and his family upside down. Within 24 hours, less than a day of that happening, City Manager Lowenthal was in the hospital room with that officer and his wife. I don't know that many city managers anywhere would do that. A little over a year ago, the city witnessed a tragic event on Christmas Eve. A house burned down. A family lost their home. A wife lost her husband. A family lost their father. City Manager Lowenthal was standing beside us as we delivered that unfortunate death notification to a grieving wife. The woman was in shock. City Manager Lowenthal is the one that went to her and gave her a hug to try to help. I don't think you're going to find compassion and leadership like that anywhere else. When you evaluate a city manager, you may not agree with some policies, you may not agree with some agenda items, but you have to evaluate the entire leadership qualities of that person.
10 seconds.
City Manager Lowenthal demonstrates leadership. She's changed the culture in the police department and in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mick G. Stop the clock, please. Mick G.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Seaman, council members, Madam City Manager Lowenthal. My name is Mick Gallia, and I have been employed with the City of Hermosa Beach for 26 years. I'm a member of the Police Management Group and previously represented the Police Officers Association for many years. I've worked closely with the city during multiple contract negotiations. Prior to working for the city, I was also a resident of Hermosa Beach and have spent the majority of my life in the South Bay. It's safe to say I have a vested interest in the success of the city of Hermosa Beach and specifically public safety. I only have a few minutes, so I want to bring up articulate some valuable points. I'd like to speak in reference to the city manager's performance review in tonight's closed session. I want to speak to the success of the police department, which I think we would all agree is thriving at a time that is difficult for many agencies. City Manager Lowenthal was hired several years ago during an extremely difficult time for this agency. We had unstable leadership, morale issues, lack of opportunity, and a contract that failed to attract new police officers or keep our current police officers from leaving for surrounding agencies. We were not attractive. We were dying quickly. I know this because I was tasked with hiring and recruiting new police officers. I met directly with City Manager Lowenthal and expressed the extreme concerns we had. This agency and city is dependent upon people. Suja is a people-first manager and understands culture and what creates an environment to retain talent. Suja ultimately hired Chief LeBaron, assisted with a labor contract to recruit and retain talent. This is evident in the fact that we are fully staffed and have a waiting list. I can assure you that I do not know of another police department that has a waiting list. City Manager Lowenthal created opportunities and galvanized the police department with various city departments. Additionally, she navigated the strenuous times during COVID and how to keep the city going. Prior to City Manager Lowenthal, the city departments all worked independently without communication. And I can tell you that I've experienced this firsthand, and I've now seen that we operate as a team. The police department has momentum. This is clearly visible from our community engagement and response. Our staffing is recognized across the country, and our success is large in part to the efforts of the city manager. I could continue, but I want you to think of the irreplaceable value that Hermosa Beach has, and that is with the City Manager Lowenthal. I want to thank her for her professionalism, commitment, sincerity as a city manager in helping us rebuild our police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Eric C. After Eric C. is Louis P.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Good evening, Suja. My name is Eric Cahalan. I've been employed by the City of Hermosa Beach and the Hermosa Beach Police Department for over 20 years. I know our city manager, Suja Lowenthal's performance was called up suddenly for review today for closed session, and I just wanted to take a minute or 2 minutes and 40 seconds to provide some input related to what I've experienced with her as our city manager, and it won't be redundant. I echo the sentiments of Lieutenant Gallia and Captain Phillips, so I won't be repetitive. Suja has shown us leadership and vision. She displays results-driven leadership, and under her leadership, the city has seen immeasurable progress in public safety, our homeless response, and in civic engagement. She's forward-thinking. She brings clear strategic vision and focuses on long-term sustainability, innovation, and our community's wellness, which is reflected by the fact that we're fully staffed and we haven't lost a police officer in almost 5 years to any other agency. People love working here, and it's not just because of me. Right. We're talking about culture, positive, fostering a positive culture. Suja has prioritized a respectful and supportive and inclusive work environment that attracts and retains top talent. She's empowered her staff. She empowers department heads and the staff to lead with transparency, purpose, and pride in public service. I want to thank you. Thank Suja for her support and clear direction. The fact that we have a fully staffed police department that ensures quicker response times and better public safety. The city manager's office, under her direction, has helped us to secure grant funding over millions of dollars, right, to push us forward with technology advancements that are going to improve our city and public safety. And she's fostered a strong partnership between all city departments, our community organizations, and local leaders. Our team couldn't be tighter than it is today. When I say team, I don't just mean our police department. I mean our entire city. The city staff, we all know each other. We all support each other, and that has come under her leadership. We haven't had that before. So I just want to say that the Police Management Group supports her, and we hope that you continue to retain her service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Louis P.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and Suja. My name is Luis Pineda. I'm a board member for the Hermosa Beach Police Officers Association, and have been employed by the city for over 9 years. I'm going to keep this very short and brief. The POA fully supports and echoes what the Police Management Group has said, other speakers, bargaining groups, and other community members, in full support of Suja as our city manager, and we hope you retain her as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel N.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Rachel Nyback, rector of St. Cross Hermosa Beach, which predates the city, just to remind everyone, and also current resident. I speak to you tonight on behalf of the issue that is before us, you all, with the closed session. I cannot speak highly enough of Suja and her work, quite frankly, with our community. At the time when St. Cross began thinking about, yes, housing and what we might do with it, it was Suja who showed up. And I can tell you that the majority of my people who had done rebuilds in Hermosa Beach said the number one thing you don't want to do is talk to the city. But it is because of Suja and her work and earning our trust that you got your housing element passed, because you couldn't have done it without Hermosa Beach. And I thank you, Suja, for getting our city to where we needed to be with housing, whether we like it or not. You did it. Also, as we have just spoken, I am also the police chaplain. I've been the police chaplain for almost 20 years. This is not only the first time that we've been fully staffed in my entire time here that I am aware of, but it is because of Suja, who recruited Chief LeBaron, who has done incredible things for our police department. And I say that as an outsider who watches the officers and how they operate, and she has changed their entire atmosphere. And we have a more caring, compassionate, and effective police department than I have seen in 20 years. Same people doing way better. In addition, Landon, with all due respect, I'm going to correct what you said. On the night of Christmas Eve a year and a half ago, Suja did not give a grieving widow a hug. She sank to the floor and held her as she wept. That is what compassion and caring for your city and for your constituents means. I'm getting worked up here. I also would like to point out in my last 50 seconds, look at the amount of people here tonight. And I would just like you to think for 1 minute as to how many human hours are being spent on something that is out of order, and that we could all be doing other better things for our city than standing up and speaking for someone that we care about if this had just happened with a normal annual review. Because we all care and we are showing up for that, but man, we could be doing a lot better things for our city with our time tonight.
Thank you very much. Jennifer C. After Jennifer C. is Rick P. and then Russ G.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jen Cole, and I'm the Hermosa Beach City School District President. I'm also a 23-year resident of Hermosa Beach, and I come to you tonight as a colleague. As the current president of the Hermosa Beach City School Board, I'm reaching out to you on behalf of the board to express a few thoughts and questions. We understand and fully respect that the board to express we understand and fully respect that there are legal and personal related matters that cannot be publicly discussed and disclosed. That said, having served on the board for the past 7 years, including a second term as president, I wanted to share that our experience working with Suja has been consistently positive. She has been a strong advocate for our schools, and we believe in her leadership. It has had a very meaningful and beneficial impact on the Hermosa Beach community. From our perspective, and with some background in drafting superintendent contracts, we recognize that the mid-year contract review is highly unusual. They can introduce, as Mr. DeToy has said, they can introduce unnecessary and uncertainty for staff and the broader community. Like the city, our district operates with a small team, and we have seen how limited familiarity with the human resource processes can sometimes lead to unintended consequences. When concerns arise, there are structured improvement processes that can and should be followed, in our opinion. A mid-year review, especially without a clearly communicated basis, can unintentionally send a message that conflicts with what has been publicly shared about Suja's recent performance. While we don't have full insight on the current situation, we would be happy to provide our strong support for Suja and to advocate for a clear, consistent process that supports leadership stability and transparency. Thank you again for your time and for your service to the community. We really appreciate all the work that you all do.
Thank you very much. Rick P. After Rick P. is Russ G.
Good evening, city councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rick Poplin. I'm a retired Air Force colonel and have been a resident of Hermosa Beach for the last 5 years. I'm here today to voice my strong support for our city manager, Suja Lowenthal. My admiration for Suja comes from my firsthand experience. I volunteer with the Hermosa Beach Police Department as a facilitator for a leadership and mentoring program. And as they said before, the culture and professionalism of the Hermosa Beach Department is unlike anything I've ever seen. While much credit goes to Chief LeBaron, he himself would be the first to point out that Suja's leadership and support have been essential to department success. This kind of leadership does not happen in a vacuum. My wife Helen and I also have attended several city council meetings, and each time we've been impressed by Suja's professionalism, her poise, and her deep understanding of the city issues. Her expertise is an asset to the City Council and to our community. Suja consistently hires, retains, and empowers capable people. Replacing her with an unknown, especially now, risks destabilizing momentum our city has built. Now, during my 30-year career in the Air Force, I saw how quickly a strong organization can be derailed by poor leadership, especially when someone is placed in a role due to politics or familiarization rather than their qualifications. It doesn't take long for morale to erode, for good people to leave, and for trust to break down. Leadership matters, and choosing the wrong person can have lasting consequences. Suja holds a doctorate in planning, policy, and development. She's a professional. This is her craft. Her knowledge, expertise, and her courage to speak truth to power is exactly what effective governance requires. I urge you to consider the potential consequences of removing a person with a proven professional, a proven leader. Suja brings stability, competence, and integrity to our city, and we need her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Russ G. After Russ G is Justin M.
Hi, my name is Russ Gilbert. I live on Loma Drive. Looking around the room here, I see most of the most engaged and prominent residents of Hermosa Beach. It's standing room only in the chambers. You can see there's even more out in the lobby. I don't know the total number of city staff, but judging by that sea of orange, it seems like most of them are here. We're all here to support Suja. Hermosa's united in a way that I haven't seen since No, honestly. So that begs a really important question. Why? Why are we here? What are we here to do? Why was this agenda item added? It wasn't for the police, clearly. It's not for the public works. It's not for the residents, not for business owners. Who is this for? It's not for me, I'll tell you that much. The objective metrics that I've seen are historically good. You were just talking about them 2 weeks ago at the State of the City. She's popular with her employees. They're up here giving heartfelt speeches. She's popular with the residents, and I remember a guy named Trent Larson, who is her biggest attractor now, regularly sings her praises in public. So I'm asking again why we're here and why this is happening. It doesn't make sense. And I don't have that answer. I can't say it for sure, but I can tell you what it looks like. What it looks like is that some of our council members are working with a small group of bullies and malcontents to put an agenda item on that just gives an unscheduled review. One of those town bullies posted on Facebook today images of the Titanic saying, it's all going down today. I sent that to the city clerk earlier. It sort of looks like, and I don't know it's true, it looks like he has some knowledge that 3 members are gonna vote to remove the city manager. Is that true? If it is, it's a Brown Act violation. We don't know. But this entire thing is highly unusual. It's highly concerning. I lived in Hermosa before Suja. I lived here after. Thanks to our nationally recognized police department under Chief LeBaron, who Suja recruited, the Cumming Real-Time Crime Center, I feel safe in my home. My wife and I feel safe walking after dark. I had to call the police a couple weeks ago after someone got belligerent on the pier. It was a good experience, as good an experience as someone trying to steal your phone can be. I think most of the residents agree. As we walk down the redone sidewalks, we get prompt replies on the Go Hermosa app. We enjoy the benefits of $6 million in grants that Suja's enabled. We listen to outdoor music on dining decks and work with the amazing staff that she's assembled, that we prefer the post-Suja era to what was here before. I agree with Mayor Francois on very little, but on this, we have an incredibly professional city staff under Suja, and I hope that professionalism extends to the council and the mayor as well.
10 seconds.
Because thanks to this issue that's now in question, it's not under the radar anymore. We're watching, and I hope we don't all have to come give up our evening again for something this silly. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin M. After Justin M. is Stephen M. and then Joe S.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City Manager, staff. During the council election, as is typical, we heard lots of stuff, lots of criticism about the council and Suja that simply didn't add up. I want to talk to you briefly about some of what you've heard tonight about Suja's performance as the city manager, and be as brief as I can because you've heard from a lot of folks, and I know you've gotten a lot of e-comments. A fully staffed police department doesn't just happen. It happens because you have leadership that hires the right people to be in the command staff, that comes up with innovative measures like timely signing bonuses to recruit the best lateral hires we can get, the best experienced officers we can get at the right time, creates a pipeline of younger officers who believe in the profession, who believe in the opportunities for growth that are available here because of the leadership we have in place, and come and fully staff our police department and make this town as safe as it has ever been. Public Works. What we've done with Public Works, transforming a department that has struggled for years with an unwieldy capital improvement program, budgetary constraints, challenges with our staffing, challenges at council, challenges at the department head position. We have stabilized that with Joe San Clemente. And as Councilmember DeToy pointed out at the beginning, we tripled the rate of completion last year for CIP projects, and we're poised to do it again. You don't have to drive around town very far to see how we transformed downtown through Public Works during COVID to help our businesses thrive and survive. We completed the park restrooms, which are generational improvements to all of our parks. If you go up to Edith Roadaway Park, you'll see that it's totally transformed, looks terrific. All the basketball courts are perfect and playable. We provided support for the school district to build Vista School, to renovate View School, to renovate Valley School. Critically important infrastructure for property values and for the next generation of Hermosans. We've fixed the pier. We're just about to finish a substantial renovation of the Clark Building, one of our legacy Public Works projects building, and the Greenbelt. And there's more to come, as you're going to spend time later this evening talking about. Our Administrative Services Department was our Finance Department. We had great leadership with Vicki Copeland. We now have terrific leadership with Brandon Walker, who's going to bring us forward in terms of technology, which is what we need in terms of the Finance Department. But under both Vicki and Brandon, we balanced every budget. We reduced our pension and healthcare costs for retirees by paying those costs early.
10
and
seconds.
We increased our rainy day fund to 20%, which is the Government Finance Officers Association best practice. In our Community Resources Department, for example, we've doubled programming at Hermosa 5.0, and we have a full slate of community events and
Thank you very
programming
much.
in city facilities.
Thank you.
Suja is as great a city manager as this city has ever had, and your evaluation should look at the entire picture and reflect that. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Next we have Stephen M. After Stephen M. is Joe S.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Suja. I'm speaking tonight as a long-time resident of Hermosa Beach and someone who's been deeply involved in our city, serving as a school board member and currently on the police advisory board. I care a lot about how things are run here, and I've seen firsthand the positive impact that Suja has had as our city manager. So why I was surprised and honestly concerned to see the closed session item about her performance evaluation this evening. It's not a normal time, and you're seeing the effect of that. Suja has led with consistency, professionalism, heart. She's been a stabilizing force, and Hermosa is a better place because of her leadership. The partnership between our school district and our city is strong. Our police department is the envy of the country. Even this evening, trying to get to City Hall, capital improvements are happening in our city. So here's the thing. No one likes surprises. It's a golden rule, and especially so in government. Therefore, when something unexpected like this shows up, especially involving someone who's doing a brilliant job, it makes people uneasy. It chips away at trust, it reverberates through an organization and a city. I appreciate this is a closed session item, so I just hope that the council will handle this fairly and in a way that reflects the values of this community. Suja deserves that. We deserve that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Joe S. After Joe S. is Jose B.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Joe San Clemente. Tonight, I speak on behalf of the Executive Management Group, which includes Police Chief Paul LeBaron, Administrative Services Director Brandon Walker, and Community Resources Director Lisa Nichols. As a group, we are deeply concerned about closed session item 4D, the performance evaluation for our city manager. As this item typically only appears when there is intent to prematurely terminate a city manager's contract, this comes as a surprise to our group. In the citywide team, as the City Council previously provided positive performance ratings just a few months ago and in prior years. In fact, at the Mayor's State of the City address, Mayor Francois publicly praised City Manager's performance by stating, and I quote, "What a great job she's done helping us, guiding us through the challenges we have in our city. We always want to hear from the expert. We're just elected people. You're the expert." The management unit agrees with these statements by Mayor Francois. We have an expert in City Manager Lowenthal with a lifelong track record of public service who's passionate about making Hermosa Beach the best little beach city in the nation. She has the grit to navigate difficult situations and stay the course and lead us in spite of negativity so that we can achieve measurable results for you and the community. Since Suja's arrival, she has prioritized the cohesion across departments at every single level to make our operations more efficient. It has taken time to build cohesion, efficiency, and capacity, but has laid the groundwork for continued enhancements for service delivery. Lisa Nichols, our Community Resource Director, has a unique perspective after serving the city for more than 20 years in numerous roles under several city managers. Lisa, on numerous occasions and in no uncertain terms, has expressed to us, her colleagues, that this is the best she has seen the city operate. Many of us have seen the chaos that ensues in other cities when there's sudden removal of the city manager. You typically find significant impacts to city services for an extended period of time, as stability is the first victim of uncertainty, not to mention financial impacts. The executive management group consists of lifelong public servants. In our opinion, the removal of a city manager like Suja threatens to throw away much of the progress we have made to truly professionalize each of our operations. For the executive team, this is not just about Suja's performance, but a reflection on the entire executive team and staff. We are a small organization, and Suja has created the collaborative environment where department directors work closely with her and one another to ensure that we are consistently delivering council priorities. For example, when Suja interviewed me for this job as Public Works Director, she expressed to me that the council directed her to enhance CIP project delivery as the program languished for years. With her leadership and support, we've rebuilt the department, requested the tools that we need to get the job done, and tonight we're going to present a record-setting year for CIP project delivery. The termination of her contract would send the message to the citywide team that you're not satisfied with the work of each of our respective departments that works under Suja's direction. Please consider the message you're sending to me and our talented Public Works team, most of whom are new to the city and many others that have been here for years. Many of them work tirelessly to complete each and every one of the projects you have approved in the CIP.
Thank you very much.
I've had staff tell me that they're here because of Suja. Any adverse action taken by the council to pursue her termination will be viewed by staff in potential recruitments. Staff retention recruitment continues to be hard when competing against other employers. 410 schedule is a highlight, but our pay is not as competitive as other cities. We're not close to the freeway, and most can't afford to live in Hermosa or in the South Bay. We don't offer the classic PERS pension that other cities have that make it nearly impossible to pull away senior talent. Suja gives us that recruitment edge.
Thank you very much.
To bring in
We
talented
really
team
can't,
members.
Extend time
Just
any further.
one more minute if I could, Mr. Mayor.
No, we can't go another minute. We got a lot of people here, and if we go 4 minutes with each person, we really can't. I appreciate everything you said. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well,
we have time limits to deal with.
Finally, I'm going to leave you with one last statement. We've had several open recruitments for senior talent. We are very close to bringing in a community development director. And the question that I'm going to leave with you tonight is, will they be watching this meeting tonight? Will they be wondering if they're going to be supported by City Council? And will they question whether or not they should leave their current employer? Suja's no longer here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Jose B is next. After Jose B is Mary C. Jose C. Jose B. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Hermosa Beach City Council, and good evening, Madam City Manager. My name is Jose Bacallao. I'm a resident of Hermosa Beach, and I'm representing myself and my beautiful family. As a longtime resident of Hermosa Beach, I write to express my full and unequivocal support of our city manager, Suja Lowenthal. From day one, Suja has demonstrated consistent, effective, and visionary leadership, earning the trust and gratitude not only of my family, but of many others in this community. Most of them are here tonight. She has made public safety a top priority for everyone, residents, visitors, businesses. It's not just in her words, but it's in her actions, and we've heard many examples tonight. Through Suja's leadership, we've seen a strengthened and more collaborative relationship between our city staff, our police department, and our residents. Her leadership is built on mutual respect, on open communication, effectiveness, and above all, love and compassion for the people. That's the kind of leadership that keeps our streets safe and our community resilient. Suja leads with clarity and purpose on community initiatives, and perhaps most impressively, she has built culture. She has built a team of city staff members who are professional, they are accessible, and they are deeply committed to serving the residents of Hermosa Beach. Suja, on behalf of myself, Katrina, Sarah Jane, and Izzy, I want to thank you for all you do for our community. Your leadership is appreciated, and I know that your work has made a very positive impact on our lives. Now, I respectfully challenge all of you up there to demonstrate that same effective and positive leadership. It's being modeled right in front of your eyes. It should not be hard to emulate. Voters did not elect any of you to sit on your hands and to politicize our progress. We elected you to lead proactively, strategically, and in partnership with Suja, our proven and effective city manager. Leadership is not found in scapegoating, but in collaboration, in courage, and in doing the work. So please, do your work. I'm gonna remind you that when you challenge us, we show up. I told you guys when we did this before, when we were challenging Suja, our community will show up and support her because she does the work that we want to keep our streets safe, our communities, and don't interrupt me, our communities safe.
6 seconds.
And our streets safe, and she has demonstrated support for our police and our
Thank you. Your
businesses
time
and our
is up.
staff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suja, for all your work.
Thank you. Mary C. Mary C., good evening. I think the little microphone's
Either-
better.
Little? Okay. Good evening, members of the City Council, one of whom I've noticed since this public meeting began has been looking down almost the entire time with a smile on his face, looking to be texting. Last I knew, an elected public representative's job was to listen to their constituents. Everyone else is looking straight forward. And I would appreciate that level of attention. It's the minimum of professional respect and integrity.
Okay.
It's shameful.
Let's try to stick to the issue on the closed session. Thank you.
This is about the issue.
Thank you.
Good. As a former city council member and mayor of Hermosa Beach, I want to share my firsthand perspective of Suja Lowenthal's leadership, especially as you meet tonight in closed session to discuss her performance. I served on the council when we hired Suja, and thus I had an opportunity to work closely with her throughout my tenure. From the beginning, I saw her take on some of our city's most complex and persistent challenges with clarity, confidence, and speed. I was impressed most by not just her ability to assess and prioritize urgent issues, but by the way she led meaningful strategic change across systems, across departments and staffing structures, and to create real and lasting improvements. Suja didn't just identify what needed to change, she has been relentless in making change happen. Not easy in public governance. She improved the organization of our city's resources, implemented solutions, broke down existing silos by bringing teams together, as has been discussed by many of those departments and employees, together to work more cohesively and effective. As a result, our city has become stronger in how we manage our operations, our technologies, how we support and empower public safety professionals, and it has grown strong, skilled, and aligned workforce across our city. What often goes unnoticed in public service is how hard city staff work every single day and just how complex their jobs really are. While this may be considered more of a thankless part of the job, we should by no means take it for granted, and when someone leads with the level of integrity and consistency and dedication that Suja brings to her role, it deserves to be acknowledged and valued by all stakeholders. Suja has earned deep respect and loyalty from those who work alongside her, not just for what she does, but for how she does it, as has been well articulated here tonight as well.
10 seconds.
Her leadership is not performative, it's steady and principled, built on genuine care for this community and the people who serve it. Make no mistake, this kind of leadership does not happen by accident. It comes from showing up day after day to solve problems, to lead through crises, to engage and negotiate with partners in countless agencies, and ultimately by lifting up the people around her. So, I trust that tonight's closed session discussion will reflect the same level of seriousness, fairness, and integrity that Suja herself has modeled throughout her tenure in this city of Hermosa Beach, our precious city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brian S. After Brian S., do we have more speaker cards turned in? We don't? Okay, then we open it up to the public.
Good
And I
evening,
want to just
Mayor, Mayor
remind,
Pro
hold on, I
Tem.
just want to, for a second, I want to remind any further speakers that come up that we have rules of decorum here, and those rules state that you must be speaking to the agenda item, which is the closed session agenda item. Personal attacks against members of the public and so on and so forth are not relevant to the agenda that you are speaking on this evening. So I just want to remind all speakers of that. Thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, Mr. City Attorney, and our wonderful City Manager, Brian Sousa, Senior Recreation Supervisor for the Community Resources Department. Tonight, I am speaking under my free will regarding closed session item 4D, the Public Employee Performance Evaluation of City Manager. This item comes as a great surprise considering the unexpected addition to the agenda outside the routine annual evaluation period. In 2022, I applied for what at the time was my dream job to work for the city of Hermosa Beach. After 4 intensive formal evaluation phases of the interview process, I was fortunate enough to be selected as the top candidate for the Senior Recreation Supervisor position. City Manager Lowenthal understood the importance of that position within the city, so much she requested Director Nichols schedule a final interview with herself and me before the selection process can be completed. This is not typical practice in many cities that you will witness before completing the evaluation process, and displays the utmost commitment City Manager Lowenthal has for ensuring the best of the best are joining the Hermosa Beach team. During my prior 10 years with other cities, supervisory level staff rarely ever engaged with other city staff outside of their own department, nevertheless a city manager themselves. Here, City Manager Lowenthal has built a culture of inclusivity and cohesion. I can confidently say I feel a connection to all levels of city operation and city staff, and have built meaningful professional relationships with my colleagues in every department. Many are standing behind me today. Team culture, chemistry, work ethic, and experience is essential
for delivering the highest quality of service to our community. City Manager Lowenthal has created a team that is unmatched. I have not witnessed in my 20 years of professional experience a higher sense of belonging, fulfillment, and gratitude for my work, all under the direction of Suja. Any unprecedented action to remove the beloved city manager from our city would undoubtedly cause a ripple effect among team members at every level. They'll lose a sense of trust and almost certainly result in questioning the long-term future here in Hermosa Beach. The result of our work is almost nearly impossible to meet all 20,000 residents' needs with every action taken. But City Manager Lowenthal unquestionably puts the community first. I am proud to work under City Manager Lowenthal's leadership, and I am forever grateful for her trusting me as a public service representative in Hermosa Beach. I hope tonight provides you clarity, as everyone speaking tonight provided sufficient and real justification that warrants an exceptional evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ashley T.
Good evening, City Council, Madam City Manager, love you to death. It's funny that I just listened to you multiple times say over and over again that personal attacks won't be tolerated. I have listened for years. Personal attacks come in and you never stop them. I could bet that Matt McCool is waiting on hold right now to give a personal comment about someone like, I don't know, probably Suja. Also, you see these people that we got here? You think we can't recall you, bro? You think we won't mobilize? We're mobilizing. We're watching you, and don't say anything behind closed doors that you don't want out in the public, because you work for us. We don't work for you. You work for us. You listen to us. You're here to sit here and listen to us, and we could say whatever we want into the microphone. We can attack you personally. That's our right. Maybe you should have a conversation with Mr. City Attorney to find out, but you can't interrupt our public comment. We're allowed to say whatever we want to say. My wife has gone through personal attacks for years that you never interrupted. Not once have I heard you say, oh, wait, no, that's a lie. You're accusing someone of a felony. Please, stop. Nope, not until it's about you. That's interesting. Guess what? We vote, and we will recall you. Have a good night.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have any people on the online waiting to speak?
We do.
Thank you.
If you're joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *6 to unmute yourself and *9 to raise your hand. First, we have Carlos. Carlos, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Good evening. Hopefully you all can hear me. My name is Carlos Rubio. I serve as the president of Teamsters Local 911 for over 20 years. I don't think I remember the last time I saw as many labor groups, community groups, business groups, community leaders, residents join all in one evening. I'm going to just cut to the chase. Suja's in the game. She's involved. She gets it. She's human. She's connected. But most importantly, she has saved you a lot of headaches over a long period of time. So I would just recommend, I'm an executive with my local union, and I had to take a look at the fiduciary duty that I have towards my 10,000 members. And so I just invite you to really think about what you're doing and take a look at the short-term, midterm, and long-term impacts of your decision-making. I love Hermosa Beach. I love our Teamsters. I love our members. It was really nice to see some of the leaders of the other groups that I remember when they started their careers, and it's great to see folks move up the chain, through the career ladder. That could only be done through a commitment and an investment in the labor workforce that I represent and that other labor leaders represent. Do the right thing. Be smart. Think about what you're doing. And I wish Hermosa Beach the best. I love you guys. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mike R. So we don't hear from Mike R. Should we go to the next one? Matt M. Okay.
Matt, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Good evening, Mayor Francois, City Council staff, Matt McCool. First of all, I want to go ahead and congratulate City Manager Lowenthal for bringing out everyone and surrounding the wagons to protect her. I'd just be curious, and I will be making a public records request. How many city staff there tonight are on their own time or receiving comp time? But who's popping off there in the background? I appreciate that. So what we have to talk about here is what happens here tonight is what we're seeing is a small contingent of people who've lost power and they're trying to hold on to it. What happens here tonight in the city council chambers doesn't matter. It's what happens during elections. And when the city council was 5-0 of the Keep Hermosa crowd, they lost. Mary Campbell, Stacey Armato did not seek re-election because they could not get reelected. Justin Massey, again, did not see re-election because he wouldn't. The corruption that has gone on within the city has been exposed. It's time for change. Elections have consequences.
No outbursts from the crowd. Thank you very much.
But let's talk about
Outbursts in the crowd.
this is absolutely unprofessional. I'm hearing this, but let's talk about Suja Manager Lowenthal's hiring practices. She has bought people off. She's bought their loyalty. But let's talk about the executive team. City clerk, City of Long Beach, police chief, City of Long Beach, new director of finance, City of Long Beach. She hires people in at 40 to 50% increase to buy their loyalty. This is how she is running the city. But let's talk about also how she deals with her opponents and how people deal with against her. She's gone ahead and she's weaponized the police department. She's had Landon Phillips. Go ahead. Why is there people still popping off in the background there? She has had Landon Phillips file a false police report against me to the FBI. And then on top of this, what Suja Lowenthal has done, she's also contacted a previous employer of mine to have my contract terminated. This is how she operates. That's my time. That's my piece.
Thank you very much. Mike R. Mike R. is next.
Mike, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
I guess we didn't hear from him, so should we go to the next one and see if he pops up? Okay, Anthony H.
Yeah, good evening. Tony Higgins here. Look, I am of the dissenting view. I'm going to give you examples of many core competencies where Suja Lowenthal has been asleep at the switch. Take the housing element. We were 2 years late on that and put us at risk of builder's remedy. Take the sales tax program that she implemented. Basically, she sent out citywide mailers and set up infomercials that showed only one side of the story, not the pros and the cons, one side of the story, promotionals that were, they weren't, she called them educational material and they were promotionals. Take the City Yard project, 7 years in the making. And the budget has risen from $350,000 to $22 million. And we haven't even defined in that 7 years whether we're going to bid it out or do a build type project implementation. We haven't even gotten step one done. Take the Clark building, 7 years, a total fiasco. Take the restrooms, 4 to 5 years, way over budget to build and $1 million to upgrade 4 restrooms. you can go on and on and on. Take the civic facilities building. We have $5 to $15 million in deferred maintenance that is not even being considered. Take the maintenance on City Hall, deferred. Take the oh God, there's just so much more. Give me a minute. The idea that you cannot conduct a mid-year review. Well, the International Association of City Managers handbook on reviews says midterm reviews are a best practice. But, take the civic facilities project. We were led down by the nose
10 seconds.
Down to the option that the city manager wanted. There is more than ample reason to question and review our city managers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Craig C. He's online, right?
Good evening, City Council and City staff. My name is Craig Cadwallader, and I'm speaking from the perspective of I'm in my 23rd year as a volunteer with the Surfrider Foundation South Bay chapter. I currently serve as the policy coordinator, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I also serve as chair of the South Santa Monica Bay Watershed Area Steering Committee and was appointed to that position and reappointed by Supervisor Janice Hahn. And I'm speaking again on behalf of myself. And I have to say that I've presented in front of the Long Beach City Council and Hermosa Beach City Councils and very many other councils, but my experience with City Manager Lowenthal has always been outstanding, professional, and welcome. I've asked questions, had those answered quickly. I've always been treated professionally and courteously, and I have a very high regard for City Manager Lowenthal. And I've dealt with many city managers. I've been to literally hundreds and hundreds of city council meetings, either in person or virtually. And I do have a very high regard for Suja Lowenthal. I just wanted to add in my voice and my experience of dealing with many cities. It's always been outstanding in Hermosa Beach. And I just have to say, from my experience, I have the highest regard, and that's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Who do we have next online?
We don't have any additional hands raised.
Okay, no one else online, bringing it back to the council chambers. One last chance for those from the council chambers that have not spoken yet. If you turn in a card, you'll get priority over others, and I think the cards are all done. We have one card here, right?
We have two additional. We have one from Trent Larson.
Hello, City Council. Wow, a lot of fireworks tonight. I was coming down to hope to see Congressman Lieu, but the conversation over City Manager Lowenthal, I have to weigh in because I have been coming to the meetings since 2015. I have been to a lot of them. I have spoken at almost every one that I've come to, at least once. And I have said on many occasions how I believe City Manager Lowenthal is very beneficial to the city in the way that she manages the city. I, as a professional, for 33 years have called on the who's who of Los Angeles as public and private sector. I only handle very large public institutions now that bill through me like $25 million a year, some customers. I can tell you, I deal with a lot of executives. Some of them are way better than others. They have hidden agendas. They're not sure what to do. they don't delegate very well, they don't plan very well, they don't manage. That is not City Manager Lowenthal. City Manager Lowenthal, bring us Chief Paul, who gets Police Chief of the Year out of Long Beach. People come to our city to work for her because they want to. It's important who your manager is. That matters on how you perform your job. So I would just like to say that all of the naysayers, they offer no solutions other than complaining. But I have been here, and I know for a fact it's not all one person, any one of you, that causes disruption. It's all of you combined, but that's our system. And I encourage you to be better every time I come here and to say your piece and to be who you are and make your positions known so that you can come to a conclusion. And my conclusion is that City Manager Lowenthal is excellent for this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We do have some more speaker cards now, is that right? Okay, Scott H. After Scott H., do we have any more speaker cards?
Yes, we have one additional from Yanni.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I had a whole thing written out. I'm going to try and be brief because I think everybody said everything that needs to be said. But the big thing that I'm taking away from here is how much the staff supports our city manager. If she walked out the door right now, I bet in a month we'd have 30 positions to fill. It's just the amount of support. I don't know, you guys can't see how many people are out in the hallway there, but there have been just people flowing in and out, watching to support our city manager. I strongly suggest that you take this item upstairs and do nothing with it. I fully support City Manager Lowenthal. I've worked with her in my capacity as Public Works Commissioner and on the Civic Facilities Committee. And she's fantastic to work with, as can be demonstrated by how many of her staff fully support her. So I strongly encourage you to do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have one more. Is that right, Yanni? One more? Yanni.
Council, I can't beat what everybody said here tonight. That was amazing. I've stood here quite a bit over, my whole life. Well, maybe not my whole life, but my adult life here. And Suja, you've been praised for leadership. You've been praised for making the community safer. But you know what? One thing you haven't been praised for is bringing the fun to Hermosa Beach. So in 2022, in that last election, a reoccurring conversation was, bring back concerts on the beach, bring back concerts on the beach. Cool. You can't do that by yourself. Suja tasked the Parks and Rec Commission to bring back concerts on the beach. She trusted staff. She trusted commission. What did we do? We brought it back. The community needs to know that the city manager gives a lot of opportunity to bring these attractions. That's concerts on the beach. And then just recently, staff denied the Rams draft. I know, what a bummer. But upon consideration and examination and listening to a couple of motivated folks in the community, Suja challenged staff to figure out how to bring it back in a condensed timeline. And it turned out to be one of the best events we've ever done. Suja listened, she understood the opportunity, and she understood that staff, properly challenged and empowered, could accomplish something that not only was super fun for everybody, made the community proud, but economically stimulated the city of Hermosa Beach in a month known as April, when everybody leaves town to go to Coachella, 2 weekends, and Stagecoach. So thank you for bringing the fun. Thank you for bringing economy and business to Hermosa Beach. Now, lastly, as a 10-year Parks and Rec Commissioner, we've really been proud of our accomplishments for beach volleyball. We've, had our ups and downs with AVP. Most recently, they declined not to come back. Suja listened to the community. Mark Palui, a motivated local, was like, I want to bring a brand and a business opportunity, an attraction, something to celebrate beach culture. We now have the Hermosa Open. And had Suja not empowered staff, listened to the community, and given council the opportunity to make a vote on it, we wouldn't have a world-class brand. People from all over the world came to Hermosa Beach. So Suja, once again, thanks for bringing the fun. And 30 seconds. If we don't have these attractions that bring the fun, staff's not gonna wanna come work here. Police officers aren't gonna wanna come here. You bring the fun. You are making this town attractive to amazing staff, amazing community. Whether you're on this side or that side, you've given us the opportunity to come here tonight. And it's been a long time since I've seen a lot of these faces. It's good to see you, and thank you. And thank you for listening. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other, no more? Okay, there's no more cards turned in. We are at 6:30, just about. We got a few choices to make. Do we continue on with a few more public participation, start in with a regular meeting?
Correct, Mr. Mayor. I do believe our congressperson is here, so we may want to just take a recess, do that, and then we can come back and make that decision, Mr. Mayor.
So we'll take a recess and start the open session.
No, hang on, please. We would need to come back and then go to the closed session. You guys could continue.
Okay, so we're going to take a recess.
Take a recess and we can come back and make the decision. I will advise everyone on the council, please do not discuss any matters of business prior to going to closed session. Thank you, Mr.
We're
Mayor.
going to jump right to Ted Lieu's presentation. Is that the idea?
After this, correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So hang on.
Recess for 10 minutes.
And will that be enough? 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Good. 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you all for coming, too.
yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah.
There's a city emergency involved.
Yep. Please. Do we think your colleagues went upstairs?
Thanks. Hello. Okay, everybody, if everyone could take a seat and see if we can do this in order here. Let's get moving. Did you say we... Okay, welcome everybody. Thank you for coming for this special session this evening. I've heard we don't really need a roll call at the moment, so we'll start right in with our presentation. Deputy City Clerk, could you please announce the presentation?
Yes, it's item 9, recognizing Congressman Ted Lieu for his support of 2 vital community programs, HP Cares and Real-Time Crime Center.
Thank you very much. I invite our Madam City Manager, Susan Lowenthal, to provide some welcoming remarks and highlight the programs.
Good evening, everyone. We are very excited and honored to have Congressman Ted Lieu join us this evening. We are also honored to have his wife, Betty, join us. She is a school board member. Thank you. Thanks for being here. No offense, Congressmember, but that's extra special. Welcome, Congressman Lieu. Thank you for your time and dedication as a public servant and advocate for justice, equality, and innovation. Your continued support of Hermosa Beach is sincerely appreciated. Tonight, we would like to recognize you for your support of the HB Cares program and the Real-Time Crime Center. I'd like to share a little bit about each of these vital programs. I'll share about HB Cares, and then Chief LeBaron will share about the Real-Time Crime Center. Since 2024, the City of Hermosa Beach HB Cares program has provided as evidence-based response model for mental health and behavior-related calls, primarily involving the city's unhoused residents. The program serves the entire 1.4 square miles of Hermosa Beach. The program includes the creation of a 2-person mobile response team consisting of 1 clinically trained clinician and 1 licensed emergency medical technician or peer supporter. The program includes the the alternate crisis and response program diverts mental health and crisis calls originating through the 911 system or the non-emergency police department line. The crisis calls are routed to the alternate response model consisting of a civilian trained team and equipped to de-escalate situations and work in cooperation with various partners. The team is trained to provide de-escalation and crisis stabilization services, mental health education, mental health treatment referrals, and follow-up support and wellness checks for our unhoused population. For our unhoused population, the services will support existing efforts by our housing outreach navigators, Harbor Interfaith Services, and tonight we are joined by the HB Cares team members, Lucas Dos Santos, Program Aide, EMT, Joy Davenport, Care Coordinator, Carolina Abdullah, Clinician, AMFT, Christina Curiel, Clinical Manager, CSW, and William Gray, Interim Director of Homeless Services. Thank you to the team for joining us this evening and for all your hard work. The federal funding which Congressman Lieu helped us secure has allowed us to identify and address barriers in the field of homelessness and mental health, develop new strategies to address disparities and equity in service delivery, housing placement, and housing retention. At this time, I didn't need to turn my page for that. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Chief LeBaron to speak about the Real-Time Crime Center. There you are.
Thank you, Madam City Manager, Congressman Lieu, Betty, and the staff. Thank you all very much for being here today. I want to talk a little bit about what a real-time crime center is because it's got this cool name, but it actually has a purpose and utility in our city as well. So the city of Hermosa Beach prides itself as being what we say is the best little beach city. The Hermosa Beach Police Department has developed a mission statement that is in line with that idea, and our mission statement is we exist so Hermosa Beach can be the safest little beach city through partnerships, integrity, and excellent service. The establishment of this real-time crime center is a critical step for us to advance that mission and ensure that we're meeting the evolving needs of our community while we're continuing to build trust. Now, you might think, how does trust relate to a technology-based crime-fighting system? Consider that police encounters, they are always going to be a source of disparity and discord. When things happen, people watch, what do the police do? We want to eliminate as much of that as possible. The importance of using technology to effectively and lawfully investigate crimes becomes urgent and critical for us. The establishment of this real-time crime center is going to create a 21st century model for policing. It's going to protect the community, it's going to honor the rights and the dignity of those who live and visit Hermosa Beach. The Hermosa Beach Police Department Real-Time Crime Center will be accessible through the Hermosa Beach Police Department computers and handheld devices. It's going to provide easy access and investigative resources such as the surveillance cameras that are already going up throughout the city, our automated license plate readers that the city owns, as well as cameras owned by community partners, our schools, businesses, and private residences. The cameras and the automated license plate readers are going to be installed in public places. Some already are throughout the city. And they're going to be affixed to city-owned vehicles as well. So when we're driving around, they can read all of the license plates to make sure that if there's any stolen cars or wanted cars, that it will immediately notify us. A decentralized network of advanced computer workstations is going to be built to maximize the police department's overall effectiveness. Workstations are going to allow or enable our designated employees to assist the patrol officers who are going to be out in the field with providing the real-time, actionable intelligence during those calls. These workstations are going to enhance our patrol officers' ability to conduct patrol-level investigations. And the Real-Time Crime Center is going to enhance our ability to respond quickly and effectively to crime and critical incidents. With the real-time situational awareness, officers can be deployed more strategically, they can minimize the response times, and they can ensure, and this is what I really want to stress, that they're looking for the right people. It won't be, well, we had a hunch, or you look like you match the description. We will know who we're looking for, and we're going to make sure that we don't stop the people we're not looking for. By centralizing and connecting information to the Real-Time Crime Center, it will help speed up investigations, make connections to serial suspects who might be coming into our city to commit multiple crimes, provide real-time leads to investigators, and it will validate and support evidence that holds those committing crimes against our community accountable when they go to court. The Real-Time Crime Center represents the police department's vision that we have, which is using the best policing techniques and technology available, creating a workplace where our employees will thrive and they're supported by the right tools. This is not just about technology. It's about empowering our team, our employees, our officers, and delivering excellent service to this community that has spoken so highly of the police department tonight. The Real-Time Crime Center fosters collaboration, not only within the department, but with other agencies. This will be a regional tool because the things we'll be using, the technology we'll be using will interface with the other police departments around us. And we'll be sharing timely, accurate information, promote transparency and trust, and further strengthen our community partnerships, as our mission statement says. So with that, we do have a recognition that we would like to give to you, Congressman. If I may have you come up here, and I believe we're going to have a few people join us. What we have here is a little shadow box that includes our two of our patches from the two uniforms that our employees wear, and our two challenge coins. Now, the one here is our traditional surfboard challenge coin. The other one, if you read it closely, is going to say something that I think is probably worth explaining. It's the WTF challenge coin. Our employees have developed a program called WTF, What the Fuzz, where we go to businesses in the community and meet people where they are so that they can ask the fuzz any question they want to. And we've actually got a challenge coin because of it, so you now are a proud owner of one of those challenge coins. Thank you very much. Yeah, please. If Landon, Joe, Eric, Mick, are you still here to make this here?
Good evening. This Monday, I fly to Washington, D.C. to vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. So let me just first say how excited I am to now stand in front of normal, rational, kind people. So I'm very excited about this shadow box I got with the challenge coins. I don't have one on me, so if someone gives you a challenge coin and you don't have one, you owe the person a beer. So Chief LeBaron and I owe you and your staff a beer. Want to thank Mayor Francois, the City Council, as well as City Manager Suja Lowenthal and City staff for your excellent leadership of Hermosa Beach. My wife Betty and I love coming to Hermosa. It really is the best little beach city, and you have had an amazing ability to execute programs. And so every year we get lots of applications for federal funding. And so the ones I choose to champion, and then the ones that our House Appropriations Committee chooses to fund, are based on entities that we believe can actually execute these programs. And there are many cities in my district, not all of them get funding. Hermosa Beach got 2. One is for HB Cares, others for your real-time crime center. And it's because we believe that you have the leadership and the staff to actually execute these programs and deliver these funds. And I served on city council in the city of Torrance, and it's very clear to me that cities and local government, like school boards, where my wife Betty serves, is where you meet the people directly and you can really affect people's lives. Federal government can help cities do that through funding, but we're only going to do that if we believe that the entity can actually deliver these programs, and you have shown that you can. So I'm just super excited to be able to present these 2 checks, one for $1 million, other for $963,000 to the city of Hermosa Beach, and look forward to continuing working with all of you to make Hermosa an even better place to live, work, and play. So thanks so much for having me here tonight.
Thanks so much, Congressmember Lieu. It's a thrill to have a sitting council member right here in our council chambers. Congressman. And we do appreciate, we appreciate the federal government and all the different little programs that go out and reach out to our local cities. And here's an example of 2 great ones that this little city got right here. So thank you so much. It's really wonderful. And that's a big check. I don't know how I'm going to carry it home, but I guess I'll know what to do with it. So what are we going to do? A few pictures here, I guess?
Great.
I like the million over here.
All right.
Right?
Young people up front. There's a reason we're in the back, right? There you go. There you go.
Thank you so much.
You going to stick around? Got it. I have to get going. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you probably should.
Okay, thank you everyone for hanging around. We are now continuing on with the beginning of our meeting. Madam City Clerk, could we have a roll call?
Councilmember Keegan?
Here.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Councilmember Dutoy?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman?
Here.
Mayor Francois?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So we are now returning to the public comments on the closed session agenda. And when we finished all those that still want to speak on that item, then we will decide whether to move to closed session, how to rearrange our agenda to try to accommodate the evening. If we can, I'd like to see if we could still get to everything this evening, because we do have some important closed session items. So having said that, do we have any speaker cards turned in for the closed session item? None.
No. we do
Okay.
not have
Is there anyone in the chambers that has not spoken yet regarding closed session? Please step right up and state your name. Okay, there's no one left to speak. Is there anyone online?
I do not see any hands raised.
Nothing? Nothing online. Okay. Moving right along. So how would the city council like to handle this? You want to go to closed session, handle that first, and then try to continue on with our meeting and see how it goes? Does that sound like a good plan?
I think that's a great plan, Mr. Mayor. This issue is too important to put off, so this should be prioritized.
Yep. Okay. And, you know, I think maybe 7:30, 7:45, we probably should be back for our regular session. We'll try to see if we can do it on that.
Right, and so, Mr. Mayor, that's entirely fine for you to provide a guestimate just for the benefit of the public and those watching. That is just an estimate. We have
Just
no
an
idea.
estimate, but we'll try to get back as soon as we can, yeah.
Perfect, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Recess
thank
closed.
you. Thank you for coming. Nah, I don't want to make a scene. Let's just. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for hanging around to begin our, where are we? Here we are, open session. I call to order the open session of the April 22, 2025 special meeting of the City Council at 9:31 p.m. I think we have a volunteer, David, to lead us in the pledge. Madam City Clerk, good evening. Could we have a roll call?
Councilmember Keegan?
Here.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Councilmember Dutoy?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman?
Here.
Mayor Francois?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, could you please provide the closed session report?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The City Council called this meeting to order at 5:01 p.m. in these chambers. There were 32 public comments on the closed session agenda. For the record, we did take item 9A in the middle of those because Congressman had to get going. The City Council then recessed into closed session pursuant to the items listed on the agenda. Regarding item 4C, City Attorney appointment, by a unanimous vote, Todd Leishman of BB&K was appointed as interim City Attorney effective April 28th, 2025. And then regarding item 4D, Public Employee Performance Evaluation of the City Manager, that item was continued to a future meeting, tentatively scheduled for April 28th around 7 p.m. However, members of the public and this body should note that that will not be confirmed until the agenda goes out. That concludes my report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements this evening?
No. Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yes. Councilor Detoy.
Not really so much an announcement, but since we don't have acceptance of the agenda, I don't know if this is the proper time to possibly seek support to push the study session to a future special meeting, since it is 9:30 at night, and this is a very important agenda item where we should hear public comment and also have a proper time to discuss how we're spending these funds. So it'd be continue 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 to a future special meeting, and we'd still hear all the items in 16. And also solicit public comment initially.
I'll second that motion.
So this motion is to move the CIP portion to another meeting, but continue on with the rest of the agenda items. Now, as an alternative possibility, we could take care of those other items and begin the CIP, and then when it gets to be a certain time at night, we could then continue it later. So at least making use of a few more productive hours this evening. Does that make any sense at all to do it that way? To get the ball rolling, because the more delays we do on CIP, right?
What?
I would still like to continue it all in the totality so we can have a nice, clean agenda, and again, we can get way more members of the public here to discuss these important projects.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
The reason I seconded that motion is because there is a huge amount of information.
Oh, there is, I know.
There's
no way we
so
can finish it tonight, yeah.
Right. And so I think it would be wise that would give us more time to digest this information and prepare for it.
So
Yeah, I understand, and especially since
just
we
as
did
well.
get, we got the printouts tonight, so that
Yeah,
helps.
it
We have that
helps a
to
lot,
look at now.
absolutely.
Yeah,
So
the printouts is something so
it's-
beneficial now.
It's just as well.
Yeah, yeah, so I can understand and appreciate that. So basically, we'll get the other items and we'll come up with a new date for the CIP study session.
Correct. So I still want number 10, so the public who is here can comment prior to, and then all the items in 16.
I see, so we'll do public comment on study session only. Move to the other agenda items, adjourn, and then,
matters.
what's that?
It's number 16, other matters. We got to do.
We're going to do other matters tonight. Yes. After we do public comment on the study session only, without councilmember questions. Okay, that is the motion. Any other discussion, or are we ready to vote? Okay. Madam City Clerk, are we geared up for a vote? I don't know if I am. We're gonna have to do a roll call. My computer's not up yet.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
Yes.
Councilmember DeToy.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman,
Yes.
Mayor Francois.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
thank you. Hopefully I'll get my computer going. In the meantime, any of my colleagues have any other announcements? Okay. April 22 is Earth Day, and that is today. We wish everyone a happy Earth Day today. But every day is Earth Day in Hermosa Beach. The city of Hermosa Beach has a long tradition of innovative environmental programs and is currently working on a number of programs that will both reinforce its commitment to the local and global environment and pave the way for a more sustainable future. To highlight Earth Month, the city partnered on a number of events in April to help promote sustainability. These included a paper shredding and compost giveaway event on April 5th with the help of Athens Services, the community garage sale on the 19th, and partnering with the Sea Sprite Hotel on the 20th for a beach cleanup. The city will continue to focus on programs that reduce stormwater pollution, increase waste reduction, promote renewable energy, and facilitate multimodal transportation. Now, the annual Surfers Walk of Fame weekend kicks off this Friday, April 25th, with an opening event at the Hermosa Beach Community Theater and Courtyard from 5 to 9 p.m. That kickoff party provides the opportunity to meet past and present inductees and will include a presentation of a surf film and the South Bay Surf Awards by the South Bay Board Riders Club. Additionally, the Hermosa Beach Museum will host a special Surfers Walk of Fame exhibit. And then on Saturday, April 26th, the city will honor this year's inductees with an induction ceremony beginning at 11 a.m. on Pier Plaza. That will be followed by Spider Surf Fest, which includes the action sports industry's most celebrated athletes, brands, fashion, music, giveaways, and more. Okay, moving on. Madam City Clerk, our next agenda item. Yeah, item 10, public comment on the study session agenda only. Okay, so this is the time for the public to comment on the study session agenda only item, which we will not be hearing tonight, but we will be just taking public comment. And Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Attorney, if they comment today, will they still be able to comment at the next session?
Correct, yes,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. And then just a quick clarification. The agenda was originally purposed for a study session. We now have additional items, so this general public comment, people are also allowed to comment on the other items if they want to. They're not required. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So on item 10 here, people can comment on
Any
the
item-
CIP session
Yes.
or the other two
Correct.
items that are
That
left
are on the agenda.
remaining?
Correct,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
And are we allowing people to phone in as well, correct? Okay, but.
Correct, yes.
It is not general public participation because this is not a regular meeting.
Correct, it's a-
Got it, okay. Thank you. Do we have any cards turned in? Madam City Clerk.
I have not received any speaker cards.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience wishing to comment on the CIP study session agenda? Okay, we have none. We have none. And moving right on, Madam City Clerk.
Excuse me, Mayor. We have someone on Zoom.
Oh, I thought, okay. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we have Craig. Craig, your 3 minutes will begin once you start speaking.
Good evening, City Council members and staff. My name is Craig Cadwallader. I'm commenting on the CIP in general. I would like to see any of the repaving projects, even though some have already been contracted and are close to completion, that those include permeable pavement alternatives, just like the concrete gutter item of the Green Streets is looking at permeable pavements. In addition, I'd also like to see the Lot D item move forward. The Safe Clean Water Program, South Santa Monica Bay Watershed Area Steering Committee spent careful time looking at that, and we're very much in favor. And I'm speaking not for the committee, but I am the current chair. And speaking on my own behalf, I would like to say that that is a great project I would love to see happen. And I hope if it does come back for reconsideration, that the committee still has funding. We're running out of funds and delayed our last vote on the projects to consider meeting a cap on funding so we have flexibility, but I just want to bring it up. I thought it was a great project personally, and I'd like to see the city go forward on that. So permeable pavement and Lot D as originally proposed is what I'm in favor of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is anyone else online?
Yes, we have Kristen. Kristen, your 3 minutes will begin once you start speaking. Kristen did not removed her hand, so next we have Tony Higgins. Tony, your 3 minutes will begin once you start speaking.
Yeah, hello. I just want to speak very, very briefly on Lot D. Back on November 12th, I believe it was, you all decided to suspend the project and do an analysis of alternative or better uses. That's basically what you decided, almost verbatim. So what I want to know is what does an alternative, consideration of better uses really mean? I don't see it really mentioned to any significant degree in the staff report, the 8-page staff report. And I just worry that by just bringing all the old project material back and not mentioning that the direction was to consider and to seriously consider better uses, that is being lost. Certainly, I don't think it was supported by staff or even mentioned in the staff report, but I could be wrong. So I just want some assurance that you're going to actually consider the better uses, the possibility of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, we have Kristen. Kristen, your 3 minutes will begin once you start speaking.
Okay, no response there. Anybody else we have online?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. No one else online, bringing it back to the council chambers. Anyone in the chambers wishing to speak on this item? Okay. Madam City Clerk, what's next on our agenda?
Item 11, opening remarks. Oh, sorry, excuse me. It's item 16A, review of CIP 619 Kelly Courts improvements.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. Joe and I are actually going to be co-host of this presentation, so I will start, pass it off to Joe, and then I will end the verbal presentation. And let me get the clicker. Hold on. Okay, so to begin tonight's presentation, we would like to provide a verbal overview of the history of the pickleball courts and how the current policies and use hours came to be. Following extensive community engagement for over 2 years, City Council approved converting one of the 2 Kelly tennis courts at the Clark Complex into 4 dedicated pickleball courts in March of 2017. And the Kelly pickleball courts opened to the public in May of 2017. In July of 2020, 2 of the 4 courts were closed due to safety concerns. Next slide, thank you. Following the opening of the Kelly pickleball courts, due to the nature of the sport and its use of equipment that produces a popping noise, staff did begin to receive feedback from nearby residents on noise impacts. Staff and the former Department Use Policy Subcommittee of the Parks Commission researched and made several recommendations to the Parks Commission on noise mitigation options, solutions, policy updates, but they were not effective. That was until staff and the subcommittee formed a pickleball stakeholders group in 2021 consisting of residents which lived near the courts and pickleball players. The purpose of this group was really to discuss solutions that would limit noise impacts while also providing use of the pickleball courts during the preferred times by the pickleball community. In July of 2021, City Council approved new use policies and hours as a result of this stakeholder group's work. The hours that were adopted did provide the pickleball community with access to the pickleball courts during the most desired times and also relief to the neighboring residents 2 days a week and several evenings. In November of 2021, staff presented a report to the Parks Commission on the effectiveness of the adopted use policies and hours after a 90-day period. Staff reported the feedback was limited to 3 members of the pickleball community sharing dissatisfaction with the limited court use hours, 1 nearby resident sharing gratitude for the new use hours, and 1 nearby resident that did share reports of the courts being used outside of the new use hours. It's suspected that this is likely happening due to the fact that the tennis courts are open longer than the pickleball courts, and there is a shorter fence that could be jumped between the 2 courts, but CIP 619, which we are discussing on this item, would cause a solution to that issue. And the really limited feedback following the implementation of the new use policies and hours in comparison to the level of feedback staff was receiving prior to the new use policies and hours really demonstrated the effectiveness of the consensus building efforts of that stakeholder group. And the Parks Commission received and filed the report. Since that report, staff has received comments from the pickleball community sharing that their dissatisfaction with the limited court use hours in the 2 temporarily closed pickleball courts and how very difficult it is to secure playtime. The courts are available for reservations by residents who obtain a pickleball membership at an annual rate and then reserve the hours that incur an actual hourly use fee. If you can only reserve those hours if you have a membership and you have to be a resident to obtain that membership. Without a reservation, the courts would be available on a drop-in basis, free of charge. However, those courts are really reserved 98% of the time. So obtaining a reservation is very difficult, and being able to use the courts on a walk-on basis is very difficult due to the extremely high demand. There are about 270 members in our Hermosa Beach Pickleball membership program. Staff has not directly received any additional feedback or concern on noise impacts outside of the concerns I shared with the courts being used outside of the adopted court use hours. Thank you. To address the safety concerns that led to the temporary closure of the 2 pickleball courts, staff recommended CIP 619 to City Council at the fiscal year 2022-23 CIP study session in April of 2022. At that time, the project scope included resurfacing and a design to determine the feasibility of reopening the 2 temporarily closed pickleball courts. Council approved the project in June of 2022. In April of 2023, City Council approved a revised scope for CIP 619 to not only focus on the pickleball courts, but to also include the resurfacing and reconfiguration of all the Kelly courts, so including the tennis courts and the basketball court, and this would be amongst several other upgrades to the entire Kelly courts complex. Yes, thank you. Annually, staff provides the Parks Commission an overview on established CIPs related to the purview of the Commission and the Department before the upcoming fiscal year budget is adopted. At its April 2023 meeting, the Parks Commission provided input that it deemed CIP 619 a high priority project. Council approved the revised scope of work in June of 2023. In April of 2024, the anticipated timeline for the final design and project advertisement for CIP 619 was shared with the Parks Commission and City Council during the Commission's annual review of the CIP and the Council CIP study session. As part of the Parks Master Plan process by the Parks Commission and City Council in October and November of 2024, staff highlighted efforts to advance CIP 619 that would restore the use of all 4 courts as part of other necessary improvements to the larger Kelly Courts facility. The plan was approved on November 12, 2024. The plan highlighted the growing demand for pickleball and the desire for additional facilities and the need to balance the schedule between open play, reservations, and programming. At the February 25th, 2025 City Council meeting, staff did request approval to award a construction contract for CIP 619. This would allow the city to reopen, again, the 2 temporarily closed pickleball courts following the completion of the project. City Council did not approve the construction contract, rejected all bids, and did direct staff to provide an additional opportunity to the Commission and Public Works Commission, the Parks Commission, I'm sorry, and Public Works Commissions to review the project and provide feedback. So at this time, I'll hand it over to our Public Works Director to provide more detail on the CIP project.
Thank you, Director Nichols. So talk a little bit more about the existing conditions in the court. So whereas this had started off originally about dimensional constraints for the southern 2 most pickleball courts, which have been closed for some time now, there are actually other non-standard dimensional concerns that do present some safety concerns for the overall facility. While the pickleball courts do have, we find that when it was converted, it wasn't done to current standards. So we don't have current side dimensions and offset dimensions, both in the long and the wide direction. But there are other dimensional constraints throughout the courts, including the tennis court and the basketball facilities, as they don't meet current dimensional standards if we were to create a new facility today. In addition to the dimensional constraints, there are other maintenance needs and safety concerns in the facility. I have some photos on here that show some of the cracking, weed growth that we have. These courts are overdue for resurfacing. There are some uneven surfaces in addition to the cracks that present potential trip hazards in the facility, and then also items like the fencing remain in poor condition. The photo on the right is actually looking southbound on Valley Drive, and you can even see how the fence has bowed out on the basketball court from folks running into it, and over time that does reduce the effective walking width along the sidewalk, but it is not in good shape, and so the project was going to be replacing that mesh fence as part of the overall project. The ADA parking stalls are proximate to it, rather, are not currently striped up to current standards, and we don't have accessibility to this facility. Currently, there is a walkway on the westerly side between the courts and the batting cages that lead to a very steep path at the very southern limit of the courts, or you either have to go down a step between the basketball court and the pickleball court. So we don't meet current ADA compliance, so any modifications would need to bring this up to current standards, which this project had envisioned on doing. So here's an overview of the facility. The pickleball courts are on the top left of the screen, so north is to the right. And I have a red X that goes through the 2 southerly pickleball courts that have been closed. But the issues remain in the northerly courts. We're just shy of the dimensional requirements for the length, which is the kind of the north-south direction. It's slightly short to current standards. Meanwhile, there are also other dimensional constraints with the tennis courts, which are not quite wide enough to meet current standards. There are some minor dimensional inconsistencies with the basketball courts, but those are more minor than the tennis court and the pickleball courts. Meanwhile, we have obstructions like light posts in the pickleball courts, and then the other cracking and pavement conditions and fencing issues that we noted before. So how do we resolve all this? In order to restore 4 courts, we've overlaid the black, which is the proposed, over the red, which kind of shows the existing layout. So as I noted, we need to get a little bit more length for the pickleball courts to meet current standards. And to do that, the arrow in the middle, we have to basically push the pickleball courts and the tennis courts towards the basketball court. To do that, there's a concrete slab that needs to be modified in order to get that north-south dimension. Meanwhile, in order to get the width that's needed for the tennis court, we do have to relocate the wall, which is the top arrow on the top left, towards the batting cages in order to get the clearance. And that'll also help allow us to create the accessible path that is required to bring it up to current standards, as well as we would also need to bring the project up to current lighting standards. We're moving some of the light poles, and we have to make some modifications with that as well. This image shows a little bit of some of those changes that we made. The green in the center shows the expansion of the slab, or pushing it towards the basketball court in order to get that longer dimension for the pickleball courts and the tennis court. And the green in the top shows the fence getting pushed towards the batting cages. And then in the lighter blue, you can see there's a new accessible path between the parking stalls that will lead to the pickleball courts, so we no longer need to rely on the step between the basketball courts and the pickleball courts. But this would all include updated fencing. The posts generally remain in place. We put new vinyl coating metal mesh fencing on along all the courts. There's new windscreens, gate upgrades, lighting improvements, and then all new equipment inside the court, as well as a full resurfacing and repainting, and some additional safety pad mechanisms on the posts that would remain within the facility. And with that, I'll turn things back to Lisa.
Thank you, Joe. To provide notice of the Parks Commission and the Public Works Commission and City Council's review of this CIP, staff posted signage informing the users of the Kelly Courts that this item would be included on the parks, well, all 3 agendas. Additionally, notice was provided to the former pickleball stakeholder group, pickleball members, all approximately 270, and the resident that has reached out to us to share the use of the pickleball courts after hours, and that was via email. And this was all following the council's action at the February 25th meeting, and we've continued to keep the community and the community surrounding the courts and the pickleball members aware of these agendas and this item on each, the same way each time. And next slide, sorry. Yes, perfect. So really the concerns of not proceeding with CIP 619 that was shared with the commission and we will share with City Council tonight is the extended closure of the 2 pickleball courts, further limiting access to the pickleball community, continued safety hazards due to the poor site conditions and non-compliant layouts, escalating cost if resurfacing and repairs are deferred any further, lost investment in design and bid preparation, approximately $250,000 to date, increased community dissatisfaction from both the pickleball community to the very limited play options and nearby residents if unauthorized or unregulated use continues, which again the CIP would address, and then really just misalignment with our adopted plans, including the 2024 Parks Master Plan and Plan Hermosa. The Parks Commission did provide feedback to advance the project as proposed and return to the Commission at a future meeting with consideration of modifications to the court use policy. This was always shared that that would be the plan from staff as we embarked on this CIP, and we would plan to re-engage a stakeholder group of neighbors and pickleball players to join in consideration of the current policy, because really the current hours and policies were formed with only 2 open courts. The Public Works Commission also shared feedback to advance this project, considering proposing also additional padding specifically along the southern wall, separating the pickleball court and the lawn bowling club. And this concludes our verbal presentation, and we're here for any questions you have.
Thank you very much. I have a few questions, and then I'll open it up. When the stakeholders group was formed and we worked out a plan for the hours and when it was going to be open, did they understand that this was for 2 courts, and when the other 2 courts were built, that those hours would remain for all 4 courts?
Yes, we were always clear that this CIP was in the works and that we would plan to re-engage the focus group to discuss the hours and the use policies when we were aware if the design was going to allow for the reopening of the 2 temporarily closed courts.
Okay. And then on July 13th, 21, that's when the City Council adopted that policy, and they adjusted it slightly, but when they adopted that, the council at the time understood those hours would also be in effect when the 2 more courts were built up.
Yes, so they did adopt the hours and the use policies based on having only the 2 courts and knowing the 2 other courts were temporarily closed, and that we had this CIP planned to evaluate the design that would allow for the reopening of the 2 courts, and then if we were able to reopen those 2 courts, it was shown in the design that was the case, we would re-engage our stakeholder group.
Okay. Thank you. And this, it's about $1 million to complete CIP, is that right? Or 800,000? What did I?
That's right. We have about a little over $1 million, Mayor Francois, in the CIP. When we did receive bids, we had intended to award for about $800,000.
Okay.
With contingency, he was going to bring it just within budget, but that's based on the bids at that time.
And I think I asked for some numbers ahead of time. If for some reason we wanted to redesign it and go out to bid, not adjusting the wall and keeping 2 courts closed, how much would we be saving? Because I saw a figure of only 10,000. Is that what I'm seeing? That we were only saved $10,000 by the time we did all that? Is that?
So thank you for that question, Mayor Francois. So if the intent was to keep 2 courts, it would require redesign. So there would be a fee to re-engage the designer to redesign the plan. So I haven't given an estimate for that because we'd have to get a proposal. However, to keep 2 courts, we would still need to move the westerly wall because we have to create additional dimensional room for the tennis court, which doesn't meet current standards because that's too narrow. The issue with the pickleball courts, it's too short, but the tennis court needs to get wider, which requires us to shift the pickleball court towards the batting cages, which requires shifting that retaining wall. The only potential savings would be we may not need to shift the concrete slab as much between the basketball court and the tennis court and the pickleball court. However, I believe that might only yield about a $10,000 savings because the more costly relocation is the wall and the fencing and the light posts.
Okay, thank you. And the big difference here is that we sent it back to the commission so that we could ensure that everything was fully aired regarding the pickleball and all those issues before it came back to us. Is that a fair statement too?
Yes, the direction was to go back to both commissions and get additional input on the design and then bring it back to council for further consideration.
Right. Okay, thank you. Any council members have any other questions? Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Lisa and Joe, for the report. You mentioned we're going to replace the fence mesh. Is that the fence, the whole fence itself?
So the horizontal and vertical posts would largely remain except for the part that we shift to the west, but all the mesh would be replaced. That's what's in the worst condition, and it would be replaced with a vinyl coated mesh.
So is it going to be replaced similar to what we did at Edith Roadway?
Correct.
Okay, so it's all going to look new?
It will all look new, and it'll also have a new windscreen on it as well.
Okay. And so then all the walls that are facing Valley and I think that turn up by the Clark Building, are we going to redo all those as well so that we have a, clean, freshly looking? So we're not going to just replace the fencing and not paint those god-awful walls, I'm assuming.
I would have to go back and see what the scope of work is on the wall on the south side. I know that
because we have the walls facing Valley that head south, then turn up at the Clark Building. So you see the walls, you see the walls approaching south to north and then north to south.
Currently, the painting's not included, but it would be a very small change if we were to include the repainting or refinishing of the wall.
Okay.
It would be a pretty minor add-on.
Okay. I mean, because anything we can do, obviously, to improve the overall aesthetics, you don't want a new fence and shabby walls. So, and then the last question is with regard to sequencing. One of the great things is, and when you turn on Valley Drive, there's all kinds of stuff happening. A lot of CIP projects are moving in a positive direction. We still have baseball going on. So is the goal to complete Clark because we're finishing up Clark Building and they're using some of the parking spaces for the repaving. So I just want to make sure we're coordinating with the primary users of Clark Field now because of all that's going on Valley Drive now and how that's going to impact the users.
So if we were to get council direction to proceed, we would have to re-advertise the project and bring to consideration a new contract award should we receive bids within the scope of budget. I would say the earliest that we would be able to begin construction, should we get good bids, would likely be in fall, probably around October. So we could consider whether we shift that schedule or not. All the work that we have ongoing now is going to be complete. Clark Building is going to be reopened in May. The paving on Valley Drive will be concluded around May, June as well. So all that will be well completed and really just be coordinating with Farmers Market and Little League and any other events that we have ongoing in the park.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, yes. Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you. You can nickname me the Shade Guy. I did notice on the other tennis courts at the community center, my daughter was attending the youth tennis camps there. There's zero shade on those courts, and during the summer it does get hot. So is there any shade integrated into either the tennis court or pickleball remodel?
There is not. And I think one of the challenges, even with the updates to meet the dimensional requirements, we have clear zones that do have to remain free and clear of any type of obstruction. So there's not really a lot of opportunity to put things in there that also might not create a kind of a wind loading issue on the top.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speaker cards turned in for this item? Great, thank you. Looks like Scott's up first.
Hello again. I strongly encourage the council to approve CIP 619 to proceed exactly as it is. Public Works staff has worked hard to redesign and reconfigure the Kelly Courts complex to restore it to the same basic configuration that was in place when the courts opened in 2017. Plans are drawn up, an RFP was put out, bids were received, significantly under budget, I might add, and at the 11th hour, 3 council members recommended to waste all of this time, effort, and tax money put into this project and to give the council and community another chance to review the project. The problem is that this project doesn't significantly change anything. It simply puts the courts back to the original 4-court configuration. The council and community are well aware of what this project is about. In 2021, there was a focus group of concerned citizens that came up with recommendations to try and satisfy all the parties involved. Those recommendations were reviewed and approved by City Council at that time. While there have only been 2 courts active since the accident that closed the other 2 courts, it's always been understood that the use hours and use policies were intended for the full use of the facility. Council had an opportunity to review this project at CIP study sessions in 2022, 2023, and 2024. For anyone to state that they were not kept in the loop on this project is disingenuous. The time to make adjustments to projects is when they are in the design phase, not when they are getting ready to be awarded. Council has wasted thousands of taxpayer dollars, as well as thousands of dollars of the contractors have spent putting their bids together. When this comes back out for bid, it's likely that some of the contractors will not bid the project a second time, and it's almost a certainty that prices will be higher. At this point, the Parks and Rec Commission and Public Works Commissions have both voted unanimously to recommend to approve this project to put it back out for bid. I strongly encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Tony H. Tony H. Turned in a card? Okay. Oh,
I didn't turn in a card.
we hear you, Tony. We hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, all right. Listen, I guess what I'm wondering about is the statements that there's been a community engagement. In the last meeting, there were like 30 that you referred, I guess that you guys created. There were like 30, 35 pickleball players, and not one resident at the meeting. Now, when I inquired about that, I found out that mailers about the meeting had not been sent out to the nearby residents, say a couple hundred yards, within earshot of the pickleball courts. And the reason the mailers weren't sent out, I was told, is because you didn't instruct staff to do that, you being the council. And so I think if this is true, that the statements that, resident and community input was solicited in the last meeting might be a little bit wrong. So I would suggest that you ask Director Nichols or whomever is appropriate, were mail notifications sent out to the residents within earshot, that's probably 200 yards, of the pickleball court, or was that not done? And if it was not done, how can you claim that there was adequate community engagement? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online? Oh, we have Anna G. Is that okay?
Hello, hopefully you can hear me. Good evening, council members. My name is Annalisa, and I proudly called Hermosa Beach home for the past 10 years. I'm here to express my strong support for item 16A, the restoration of the 2 pickleball courts that had been out of service. As you know, and hopefully you know, pickleball is more than just a sport that's fast growing. It's a community builder. And I've only played for less than a year, but seen quite a bit of both sides here in Hermosa. And I can tell you access is an issue. Um, and right now, as you kind of determine the next step, um, I hope you know that pickleball players in Hermosa, there's a lot of us. And I am often, because on at Kelly Courts, on top of that, I am on Bard and 8th. I can tell you that I can hear the baseball more than the pickleball. And I walked my dog there twice today. And I'm constantly looking and trying to see if those residents that are saying pickleball is an issue have merit, right? Like, because I do care. I hope that that those residents and now the schedule mitigates some of their concern. So it's gone to 2 commissions and it's been unanimously approved. I think it's time to act. I hope your leadership is effective and considerate of the time it's taken to move from a promise to an action. And it's now time to move to what you have told the 270 pickleball members in Hermosa that you would do. Please consider approving and moving this project forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Joshua S.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Very good. My name is Joshua Steiner. I've grown up in Hermosa Beach just about my whole life. My daughter has been raised here and has gone to Hermosa Valley, and we enjoy playing pickleball. And we have really seen it bring the community together when we're out there on the courts. However, just having the 2 courts at use right now is really encumbrance because they are always booked. And trying to coordinate schedules and teenagers' schedules and find some time to play is very difficult. Only having 2 courts is an option. Having seen the presentation today on the layout, it looks very good. Having grown up playing baseball at Clark Field and being a part of the community, this is going to be a great improvement to our facilities. And as the gentleman said earlier, going out for bids again, we may be getting some higher prices as prices are going up all over the place in construction. So I'd highly encourage the council to consider moving this forward. The community is ready for it. They are excited. They are always talking about it when we're out on the courts. And this is a great addition to 2 additional courts and the upgrade to the facilities. And to echo what the last lady said, baseball is a whole lot louder than pickleball. Every time we walk up to that court, you can hear the crack of those baseball bats in the batting cages. It doesn't come close to the sound of the pickleballs. So I highly encourage the council to move forward. Thank you for its time. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Is there anyone left online? Nobody online. Okay. Bringing it back to the council chambers. Anyone else in the council chambers wishing to comment on this item tonight? Okay. Bringing it back to council for deliberations. I have a question, Madam City Manager, and I know usually I warn you what question I'm going to ask, so I don't want to throw you off, but typically we approve something in the CIP budget plan, and then a design begins, the design is approved at the staff level, and then it's used to go out to bid, and then bids are received, and then we receive it back when we're ready to award the bid. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it's difficult to say, well, we approved this design just because it's part of our big CIP list. And I don't know if there's a better thing going forward where we could be alerted if there's a CIP item that might have tweaks in it that we didn't know about. I'm not sure, or we certainly shouldn't be micromanaging and approving design before it goes out to bid, right? I would suggest something like that, but I'm just wondering if there's some better way to tackle this issue, because I think that maybe a lot of our concerns have probably been resolved, but look what we wasted time in going out to bid, so.
So that level of interaction would be highly unusual after a CIP has been approved by the city council to come back with designs, because that would suggest that you are sitting in the Public Works Department's seat. So that's not something that is commonly practiced. Here, nothing changed. What changed is there are different individuals that came out that did not like the outcome of the consensus building process. But in terms of the design, there's nothing in the design that is different from what staff presented to council. At the time we came to council with the change of hours, which was also part of the consensus process, that would be done. So the design didn't change. I think folks who were interested in not having the 2 pickleball courts restored felt they had another opportunity to advocate for that position, and that's completely okay. That's within their purview to do that. But I would not agree that the design changed or there were some tweaks that the council didn't know about. The council was fully aware. And in the CIP update that you have, it is a pretty robust update. We are looking to change how that appears, so maybe things stand out more. I understand it's a dense document to have that monthly update. But if council members had questions about a particular project, we are always here to respond.
Right, okay. I mean, so for example, you look at this and it says CIP 619, you go over and it says, improve the Kelly courts, so on and so forth. It doesn't really say building 2 more, going from 2 to 4, but I guess it takes it upon us to make sure we're on top of the details of every one of these when we approve them in the CIP, even though some of these projects are way out in advance in the future. Is that
correct?
Pretty much.
Most public works projects in every city take a long time between conception, CIP creation, design, bidding, construction. Those are multi-year projects. That's not unique to our city. If something changed in the scope, we would absolutely bring that back to you. But the fact that we didn't bring it back to you is an indication that nothing changed. This also went to the Public Works Commission for updates. There were regular updates there. Parks Commission had different updates as well. They've come up with a process, they've come up with a request where they would like to have a joint meeting at least once a year to look at projects where that intersect both commissions. So that's a good way to keep them even better apprised.
Right, okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any council members have any thoughts?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve staff's recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. If there's no more discussion, Madam City Clerk, let's see if we can do a vote here. There we go.
I'm just waiting for Councilmember Keegan.
Let's try and.
If you want, you can probably just register a voice vote for him, if that's okay with you.
It says in progress, but.
Yeah, it's, I guess, not working. We need to do a roll call?
If It just populated right now. So motion carries 5-0.
Oh, there it is. There's the results. Okay, Madam City Clerk, those results on the screen?
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, passes 5-0. Madam City Clerk, what's next on our agenda?
Next is 16B, report to council regarding a cease and desist letter sent by Frank Angel, request to authorize mayor to execute and send response letter.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, before we move off of somewhat public works related, the action by council to continue the CIP study session, I did want to give you a little bit of a timing concern that I have. The municipal code requires that I provide you with the city manager's budget by May 15th. And so postponing the CIP study session is absolutely within your purview. The timing of it might make that Muni code requirement difficult, so I would ask, just so that staff is covered, the council make a motion to suspend that time constraint that I have.
Yeah,
Right.
I had that in the back of my mind. That's what I was concerned about. That's why I wanted to move forward tonight with it. But if we did it on April 28th, when we potentially have the other meeting scheduled, would we still fall within the timeframes, or are we going to be knocked out? Because I thought maybe we could do it that date.
If it's April, it's just really difficult to say, because what we have done for this week after tonight's meeting is also scheduled workshopping with staff. So we would be off by 5 days. Is Brandon in here? No, he's not. It's hard to say. We will do our best. Perhaps I can keep the council apprised
Right, so.
Okay.
if I'm not able to meet the
Correct,
deadline.
right. So I think that in Madam City Manager, I don't put words in your mouth. The direction from council could be to, use best efforts, but yes, if it's unavailable, kick that 2 weeks, a month, whatever Madam City Manager needs.
We will definitely have it prepared for your timeline, which is end of the fiscal year. And even if you don't meet that, you're still able to continue the budget. So we can do that. I just wanted to raise that so that
Okay.
at least it's in your frame of mind.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to 16B. Mr. City Attorney, is this your item?
It sure is, Mr. Mayor. Thank you
Okay.
very much. Madam Deputy City Clerk, so this item, as articulated, is a Brown Act cease and desist letter the city received within the past 30 days. Next slide, please. At its March 25th, 2025 meeting, the City Council received a report on the city's short-term vacation rental regulations. The City Council received a review of the city's substantive regulations, possible other regulatory regimes implemented by other jurisdictions, and at the end of the item, no substantive action was taken, and that the City Council merely decided to receive and file the item with no further direction to staff, i.e. don't come back with an ordinance amendment, nothing like that. Next slide, please. Once again, by way of brief background, the afternoon of the meeting, the City Council received an email from Mr. Frank Angel on the substance of the city's short-term vacation rental item. This email was then forwarded to the city clerk's office at a future time. On March 31st, 2025, the city was sent a Brown Act cease and desist letter from Frank Angel alleging a Brown Act violation, specifically that a writing distributed to all or a majority of the council, i.e. his email, on an agenda item, the city's short-term vacation rental, was not posted to the city's website or made available for inspection at a location designated on the agenda. This Brown Act section is typically reserved for supplemental staff reports, late-breaking information that staff sends to the majority of the council, and like that. However, the Brown Act does not distinguish between writings provided by staff and members of the public, including those who are involved in active litigation against the city on the short-term vacation rental topic. Next slide, please. So the Brown Act does provide a mechanism for a member of the public to allege a Brown Act violation and then provide the city with the chance to, quote, cease and desist. And what that entails is that the city sends a form letter. The language which is attached comes straight from the Brown Act itself, and it basically says, hey, I'm the city. We agree to comply with the Brown Act and not commit the alleged violation in the future. This cease and desist is a prerequisite to filing a legal action to get a court to declare that there was a violation, seek injunctive relief to prohibit the city from future violations, and then, of course, seek attorney's fees for that case. Any chance of a lawsuit can be avoided by the city responding with that aforementioned form letter that simply states the city is going to unconditionally commit to cease and desisting from the challenged conduct. It does not require an admission or an acknowledgement that the Brown Act was violated. And once again, that form letter is attached to the staff report. Next slide, please. So to reiterate, the alleged violation is pursuant to that Brown Act code section. I won't read it in full. I'll just note that once again, Mr. Angel's email came 2 minutes before the 2 p.m. or less than 2 minutes before the 2 p.m. deadline. No allegation was made that you guys, the ultimate city decision makers, didn't receive it. And it was only that the city did not process it accurately. Finally, I will add that this topic has been resolved, as now our agenda now states that if this were to happen in the future, i.e. a writing as described in section 549.57.5, it is available for public inspection at the city clerk's office during regular business hours. Next slide, please. So in sum, it is my recommendation that the city council acknowledge receipt of the cease and desist letter and then direct the mayor to send the response letter as articulated in the attachment to the staff report to unconditionally commit to complying with the Brown Act in order to avoid unnecessary litigation. Once again, it's not an admission of fault. It's not an admission that we did anything wrong. This is simply a prophylactic to ensure that an existing complaint is not amended to add a Brown Act violation to it as well, Mr. Mayor. That concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. I have one question on the draft response letter. The second to last paragraph states, to avoid unnecessary litigation and without admitting any violation of the Ralph Brown Act, the Hermosa Beach City Council hereby unconditionally commits that will cease and desist and not repeat. Is it better to add in there, or does it give any more teeth to state that the Hermosa Beach City Council hereby voted and directed the mayor to state that we unconditionally commit? It just sounds more than just a letter from the mayor. It makes it sound like it makes it clear that we voted to take this action.
Sure, and so this language is actually taken verbatim from the Brown Act, right? So the Brown Act articulates this thing, this process, and then says, hey, city, if you want, you can unconditionally, commit to cease and desisting in substantially the same form as, and then it lists that. So with what you just said, that doesn't change the substance of it one iota, so I'm not going to stand in the way. However, I will say that this letter was not the individual unique creation of the city attorney, but rather this was pulled directly from the Brown Act.
But we do have other instances where we send out letters and it states something to the effect that the city council voted on such and such date to authorize the mayor to send a position on something or a legislative, something like that. So
correct.
We've used that language before, correct?
Right, and so I'm not debating the wisdom or merits of any of the vernacular used. I am saying that form language that is in the draft letter is taken directly from the Brown Act. So as I said before, the substance for which I heard you say doesn't change it, so yeah, I would be comfortable with it, but the reason why it's there is that wasn't drafted. I didn't amend a previous letter and say I'm going to do it a different way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues? No. Okay. Any members of the public wishing to comment on this item in the chambers? Okay, Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone online?
If you're adjourning the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *6 to unmute yourself and *9 to raise your hand. I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, nobody online. Bringing it back to the council for final deliberations and a motion.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion and a second. No other comments? Let's take a vote. Is it working there? What's going on, man?
I did it already. Oh,
Did you restart your computer?
No, she's fixed it earlier, so it's fine.
Oh, wait, it did get working, didn't it?
It was not working.
We're just waiting for Councilmember Keegan's vote to populate.
It's doing the same thing.
Okay, let's do a roll call, and why don't you restart that computer?
It just populated. The motion carries 5-0.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes, okay. It passes, moving right on. 816C.
Mr. Mayor, that is mine too. I'll save Madam Deputy City Clerk the hassle of reading it. This involves a related but separate cure and correct letter under the Brown Act, which, as I will explain, is a little bit different than the cease and desist. So as previously stated, the March 25th, 2025 meeting, the City Council received a report on the city's STVR regulations and simply received and filed the report. No substantive changes were made, nor was staff directed to bring back any changes. Next slide, please. On April 9th, 2025, the city received an anonymous cure and correct letter alleging various Brown Act violations pertaining to the city's short-term vacation rental item. Those violations are most substantively addressed in the staff report. I'm not going to bore you all with going through it, but if anyone has a question, I can dig more into the details. The anonymous letter is signed only by concerned Hermosa Beach property owner. And for the first time in my career, while this letter was purposely anonymous, they went out of their way to draft a disclaimer that says they had no affiliation, nor was represented by Frank Angel, despite including details and conversations from Mr. Angel in the letter itself. Next slide, please. So like the cease and desist item, the Brown Act provides a mechanism for members of the public to demand that the city cure and correct an action alleged to have been taken without compliance with the Brown Act. Like the cease and desist, this procedure allows the city to receive this letter and then decide whether or not to take corrective action. And you guessed it, if the city decides to do that, it can, avoid even the risk of any lawsuit. Noteworthy in this process, and why my recommendation is different, is that this process only applies to certain provisions of the Brown Act, whereas the cease and desist is much broader. And so for the cure and correct, only certain violations of the Brown Act are potentially subject to it. Next slide, please. And so as explained in the staff report, I'm not going to go through every detail. The alleged Brown Act violations in the, once again, anonymous cure and correct letter either note provisions that are not subject to the cure and correct or do not constitute Brown Act violations. Part of those include that, hey, we didn't follow the teleconferencing rules. Well, our meeting wasn't subject to the teleconferencing rules. We provide Zoom via courtesy. The other one was that we were unfair and, didn't provide everyone equal opportunity. For those of you that remember, Mr. Mayor, I believe you provided close to 30 seconds of 40 seconds to let Mr. Angel try to, figure out his audio. You then even directed him to call back on a different device. And if you were to do that, we were going to reopen public comment. Because that didn't occur, does not transform this body into a teleconference, and definitely does not constitute a Brown Act violation. And then finally, to reiterate, the idea that to cure and correct, once again, we didn't take an action, we simply received and filed. And so the idea that there's a difference or a change in an action that must be re-agendized in order to cure and correct is not one that I agree with. Next slide, please. And so in sum, my recommendation for this one is that the city acknowledge receipt of the cure and correct letter and direct the city attorney to send a written response via email to, once again, only the anonymous email that we have, stating that the city council will not cure and correct the alleged violation for the reasons posited in the staff report. Alternatively, the city could provide alternative direction, such as potentially re-agendizing the item. However, it is my opinion that it is not necessary. That concludes my report, Mr. Mayor, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions on this item? Okay. Any members in the audience wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none. Anyone online?
I do not see any hands
Seeing
raised.
none, bring it back to the council for deliberations and a motion.
Keep it going. Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, let's try a vote this time. Is yours working?
Yeah, I'm done. Maybe I sent it when I got in. It's still churning.
There we go. Yours working still?
It's still churning.
Hey, there's the results on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the results?
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, what do we have next on our agenda?
Item 17, adjournment.
And then, sorry, I just wanted, Mr. Mayor, I did want to bring up the item that Madam City Manager did bring up. Was that a formal motion that you guys felt comfortable taking tonight? Once again, with the understanding that they will do their best to get there, and if we have a special meeting, maybe we can put it on there. But if not, it may give everyone a lot less heartburn if we get that kind of direction from council tonight to continue it a week, 2 weeks, whatever, Madam. Yeah, 2 weeks.
Is someone interested in making a motion with the help of the city attorney?
So moved.
Perfect. And so once again, this will simply be a slight continuance of the preliminary budget that the municipal code requires before May 15th to now May 29th, with direction to, of course, city staff to get it done ASAP. Perfect. That works.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, without any further ado, do we need to take public comment on this?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed the first, who moved the item?
It was moved by Councilmember Jackson, seconded by Councilmember Keegan.
You jumped too fast.
Yeah.
We might have to do a roll call because his computer's off.
Let's do a roll call.
Roll call.
Councilmember Keegan?
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Councilmember DeToy?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman?
Aye.
Mayor Francois?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Before we adjourn tonight's meeting, we are going to adjourn it in memory of Greg Browning. I have a script here to read, but just a moment. He was a great guy and a great attitude and talented individual, a wonderful person to get to know. And it's saddened that he has passed. And so really a person that meant a lot to the community. A beloved surfer and filmmaker, known for his movie series Drive Through, which took him around the globe with some of the top surfers in the world. He passed away on April 11th from complications related to ALS. He was 50. Greg grew up in Hermosa Beach, graduated from Redondo Union High in '92. He surfed and skateboarded with his brother Jeff, and eventually became part of what was known as the Momentum Generation, along with Rob Machado, surfing icon Kelly Slater, and more. That generation was a group of professional surfers in the '90s who hung out on the north shore of Oahu, and that's according to surftoday.com. From there, he transitioned into the world of filmmaking. According to the ALS Association, ALS has no cure. It is a progressive neurodegenerative disease that affects nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord. Before the annual Los Angeles Walk to Defeat ALS in November of '23, Greg discussed his diagnosis. On Instagram, he wrote, "I wake up every day thinking this is all just a crazy dream. I guess it's time to embrace the reality." He encouraged others to support the ALS Association Golden West chapter and its annual walk. In 2024, Greg was inducted into the Surfers Walk of Fame right here in Hermosa Beach as a cultural legend and for his contributions to the world of surfing. He'll be honored again when new legends are inducted this coming Saturday, April 26th, as part of the Surfers Walk of Fame weekend. Greg was also a surfing coach, serving as a beloved mentor to champion surfers like Titania Weston Webb and Carissa Moore. Jeff Browning said one of his brother's last projects was filming a documentary about Weston Webb, who won a silver medal for Brazil in the 2024 Olympics, called A Marble in the Jar, which will premiere in Hermosa Beach on June 5th. There will be a paddle out sometime next month to honor Greg's life. A date has not been yet scheduled. Many friends expressed their love and respect for Greg on social media following his death, including Jim Lindberg, lead singer of the band Pennywise, who wrote, "You were a ripping surfer in small waves and had the courage of a lion in big waves. The life you lived was the definition of surfer stoke, and your legacy on the South Bay and beyond is solidified." Greg is survived by his sons, Parker and Drew, stepsons, Adian and Austin DeGuerin, wife, Carrie Browning, parents, Dinah Larry and Frances Browning, stepmother, Virginia Browning, and older brother, Jeff Browning. He will be greatly missed by all that knew him. Tonight's meeting is adjourned at 10:45 p.m. The City Council meeting will be on Tuesday, April 29th at 6 p.m. in council chambers for the election of the next mayor and mayor pro tem. Thank you. Good evening.